did get its fair share of boosts, with Unduster being a very, very powerful tool from the latest expansion. He's also running Nerubian Harvester. Sorry, Unraveler. I don't know where I got...
Harvester. What's this card?
I said Nerubian Harvester.
Previews.
I got the card up in the corner of my eye, and then I took a closer look. Wait, that doesn't say Harvester. That's Unraveler. I don't know where I've been. Nerubian Unraveler, which is a beast, so does get summoned by the various summoning tools that Pavel has, and obviously makes it very, very difficult for Naiman to deal with these. Other way around, for Pavel to deal with these boards.
I think it's Pavel that has the board to start with most of the time.
That's true.
Although this hand doesn't really help him much with that. And this was one of the issues when I first started playing this Hunter deck that I had with it, is these hands are so hard to navigate. If you trust your deck, you can get out of it so quickly. You don't draw badly for the next 2 or 3 turns most of the time. So as long as you sort of hang on in there and look after yourself, this is why the deck is more powerful when it first appears, because it just gets out of it. And Naiman's hand is absolutely horrendous.
Yes, as long as Pavel can do something this turn, Naiman isn't really going to be free to play this Handmaster Shore. However, Pavel didn't do anything this turn. He drew some cards. Okay, sure, played a Diamol. Now, maybe Handmaster Shore doesn't look that bad.
Yeah, definitely going to slow Pavel down. Obviously, it can be dealt with, and probably has to be dealt with using the kill command, but that's not where you want to be. Maybe he takes a chance on the Razormaw and tries to get poison or buff.
Oh, that's true. But if he misses, that's it. Handmaster Shore survives, so that's a risky play.
Yeah, that's going to be one he's going to have to weigh up himself. Whereas the other play, though, if you use your kill command, you waste a whole turn, you don't develop your board.
Yeah, that's true.
Also risky in a very different sort of way. Definitely not the normal definition of risk, but Pavel's not going to mess around. He's going to go for the common sense approach. Just make sure it's dealt with. He knows that Naiman's hand is awful, by the way. Nothing's happened in the first 4 turns. So playing it safe makes sense. And Naiman now is so far behind in development. Flanking Strike is fine, but nothing leads anywhere. Rexar seems fine, but it's way too slow. You can play dead on the egg and just hope that they can't deal with the 5/5. You know that there's a good chance they can't deal with it because Pavel's just used that kill command and a very bad tempo turn to deal with your Shore. Yeah, it looks like the double play dead play is going to occupy this board.
Naiman just has to be as aggressive as he possibly can. But I mean, playing this into his Unraveler could be very, very difficult for Pavel to answer.
Mm-hmm. Pavel, looking at those double unleash is probably a thing he wants to try, but can't play them both this turn. Then he's down to Lynxes and Razormaws. I think next turn he can deal with most things. A lot of the combinations hand out up to 6.
Well, this is now probably the turn to try and get that Razormaw down, right? To try and get a poisonous, get a free kill on one of his 5/5s. And I got the attack. That's better than nothing.
It's okay. And even though he won't clear everything this turn, I don't believe.
Oh.
He's not going to clear, yeah.
Or
but next turn now is a lot better for him.
Surely he at least trades the 4/1 and the weapon.
Feels that way, but what he's trying to work out is if he just goes to the face here, can Naiman afford to go to the face back, or does he have to actually start trading himself? We can see there's a Rexar, which would be a complete blowout if he doesn't trade here. And with that in mind, he'll probably make the trade. But he's going to know if you've got Rexar, good luck to you.
I'll tell you what, Lorinda, going face with everything, that's a world champion play.
Yeah, it may not look like it, though, after this.
Definitely doesn't look like it right now.
But the theory behind that play is that if Naiman doesn't have the Rexar, he can't afford to win the race. He can't hit you for 10. He has to start trading into your stuff. and then you just hit him for a load more and develop your flanking strikes, your rhinos, whatever comes to hand. But Rexar was the one card there. And I think Pavel probably thought that if he sort of went down the trade route, he just never wins, because now we're getting into the curve where Naiman's going to have big stuff.
Disgusting. Thanks, Pavel.
That was quite a good Pavel impression, actually. I'll give you that one.
I've been practicing it. But yeah, things are now looking to be pretty out of control here, as Naiman's got Witchwood Grizzly if he wants to protect his other minions. I mean, his whole hand is just looking solid.
Yeah, I mean, starting building beasts when you're not too dead is also just a terrifying prospect.
Yep. I can't quite see. Is the leftmost card a flanking strike for Naiman?
It is a flanking strike, yeah.
So he could even just build a beast and flanking strike if he wants to play it real slow.
Yeah, keep the Grizzly until some more things have been removed, or just plonk it down because it's mana efficient. That's really the discussion. But he can tracking if he's going to go with a flanking strike, and that's what he's going to do. That's why he didn't do anything until he'd worked out his whole turn. For the newer players out there. Because the tracking is something you want to play first if you've got a mana left over. So he worked his whole turn out, realised he had a mana left, then went with this. And picks up yet another of his heavy minions. He's trying to work out if Katharina's even got anything to pull out the deck at this point. And this is not long for this world, this game. Pavel. Very, very little that he can do here other than trade and hope.
Naiman just with all of the tools in the world now. 8 mana and a dream. Katharina, which I'm not sure. I'm going to try and work out how many beasts are left in Naiman's deck, but we're talking at least one charged Devilsaur.
Probably a Grizzly.
Another Witchwood Grizzly, yeah. I think it might just be those two. Oh, and King Crush, obviously. 1 in 3 for a taunt if he went Katharina. And the other two are almost lethal.
Seems good. It's just working out what the big punish is. Obviously, when your opponent is playing Tundra, I know things can get nasty in a hurry if you don't deal with the board.
Yep.
He may also think that because of Pavel's weird play, where Pavel went face, there is more damage in Pavel's hand. But this seems absolutely fine.
This is great, isn't it? Like an anti-Unleash the Hounds.
And setting up that lethal or close enough to it. Pavel doesn't have enough mana to make the Tundra Rhino really do damage. He doesn't have a Hyena, which is a big deal. Obviously, that can sometimes be part of killer combos.
Yeah. If he could play Hydra, Rondo, and then Flanking Strike on the same turn, he'd be able to clear most of this board, everything except the egg, quite easily. But he's just 1 mana off, and that 1 mana is making all of the difference. Yeah, actually, he could go to Tundra Rhino, Crackling Razormaw, and if he gets the attack buff that does clear the board, apart from the egg.
This nearly works as well. Depending on what he gets. I suppose he's going this first, see where he stands. So Misha could be traded if he wants.
Okay, yeah, so Rhino does allow him to clear the board. It leaves the Rhino on just 1 health, though.
Yeah, so maybe looking for better options. If he doesn't find him, I expect he'll play the Rhino and just see what happens, but he may feel he's safe enough just to have a decent Misha in the way.
Yeah, okay.
He always looks so comfortable as well. Yeah, Bunny staring intently at the screen, Naiman sort of sitting there in the thinking position, but Pavel just sort of sits there like, play some Hearthstone. There's some damage. Naiman's even got the links in hand to deal with the dog, so he can clear. He's just trying to work out if there's anything better than clearing up. This is just like absolute brutal situation. And he's seen both unleash as well, which, you know, so he doesn't even need to worry about weird hyena unleash shenanigans.
Nope. No more hounds.
Turn, not any turn.
It does look like, although Pavel really, really tried to get that damage in, it's not quite going to get across the finish line this game.
Yeah, without the Rexar, I think Pavel would have won the game, and that's what it's in his thinking. I think he realised that was his chance. Obviously, it was quite dangerous because Naiman obviously had an awful hand.
I wonder.
And awful hands tend to have a Rexar in them because you've got to have something in your hand. And this is a big deal for Naiman if he can get this one to the belt because, as we've said, he's quite heavily unfavoured in the matchup as a whole.
Yep.
I wonder.
Nope. Nope. And 1 mana 4/4 hound. That's not bad.
No.
Don't think it's good enough.
Yeah, he just hasn't got the mana available to save this.
Still dead on board at the moment.
So he's going to need to raise them all for... I was going to go for the Rhino. He could use the raise them all for Taunt.
He's got the 1/1 links in his hand with Rush.
Okay.
I'm surprised he didn't just play that. What? Wait, am I imagining things? There's a 1/1 links on the left side of Pavel's hand, right?
Maybe it's... Yeah, there is.
Why? What? Pavel? Come on now, Pavel.
Death to the traitor king.
My shield for Argus.
The only thing I can think there is that maybe he thinks I've got a second Tundra Rhino and maybe I'm going to need that 1 mana links later for that. Maybe that 1 mana is going to be very important. Seemed like an odd trade, though.
Second Rhino available and a very cheap double Timberwolf board now. Makes some sense. I mean, this would be a lot of damage had there not be taunts in the way here.
Yep,
Yeah, Pavel gives it up.
Whew. That's a really interesting game, though, and as we were saying, Naiman was looking unfavoured, but that one Rexar...
Wow. Might be a little while before Pavel gets into this one, depending how much this Naiman keeps.
Double Doomsayer and Mount... I mean, this is almost a dream opening hand for the Warlock, isn't it?
Seems good.
Against this specific type of hunter. Obviously, if it was Death Rattle Hunter, totally different story, because you wouldn't want Doomsayer into the eggs, but wow.
I was going to say, I wonder if he throws the Mountain Giant, because he's intending to play Doomsayer into Doomsayer. The Mountain Giant's actually going to be quite hard work. You can't hold off on the Doomsayers for very long against this deck, or it will just get mown down. So he's intending to play them to get tempo. That makes the Mountain Giant that little bit worse.
It's back, though. He did throw it, but it returned.
I like it when this happens. It's not fun for the player necessarily, but we get to see why that decision was made and how it unfolds.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd anticipate the Mountain Giant being a bit tricky to keep in the game with the way that Naiman envisaged it when he threw it away.
Pavel going to get started immediately, though, by throwing down this Hyena. Doomsayer looks like a bit of a punish. There's not much Pavel can do about a Doomsayer at the moment, but if there was no Doomsayer, then he could throw down the Companion and really start to get this board going. But those Doomsayers are just too good.
Yeah, I must admit, I used to hold back on the Hyenas way too much until I talked to a few people about it. It's just like, look, if they can't deal with it easily on turn 1 or 2, just lob it out there. Force them to have an answer. As always, when I pick up a new deck, I'm looking at all the intricacies. Oh, I can save this for a Rhino and an Unleash. Yeah, but you're up against a wall of 3 9s. It's too slow. Well, this game might go long, so Rexar makes a lot of sense to me. Deck lists are open.
Don't think you're ever not taking Rexar in this situation. It's exactly what Pavel needs, again, to prevent himself from running out of steam later on.
Naiman's a demon away from having an absolutely ridiculous hand here. It's already pretty good. If he had the demon in hand, he could easily just Doomsayer and then coin Skull. But because he doesn't, it's all a little bit more messy. The only card he can occupy the board with would be the Ziliax, which isn't really a board occupier. Not coin worthy, at least. So he'll be looking to probably coin into the Lackey.
So many possibilities.
Maybe considering if you can get away with a tap here.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's funny how many complexities there are to this turn now. Because, yeah, okay, you could just play the Doomsayer and stop your opponent from doing anything next turn. You could tap, which would get you more of those board clears, potentially, fill up your hand some more, but then can you afford to take damage in this matchup? It's,
yeah, a little, but not a lot. But I think he felt that this Doomsayer gets him into the turn 5 and 6s that he's looking to get into.
Yep.
And yeah, if he had tapped, then, as it happens, because we had Caster Vision, it would have been okay, but now he's still got the coin. He's going to need that to unlock this bit of a mess of a hand. Part of me wonders if he just throws the Skull out there now for just to have it done, and then react with Ziliax and Spellstone in future turns.
That's certainly worth considering. He may even... Oh no, because the Skull goes off before he draws, so there's no chance that he draws into a demon and it gets summoned immediately.
Yeah, it'll be a while, but when it's done, that's that 5 mana spent. When else is a good time to spend the 5 mana?
That's
but
true.
It's a waste of coins, so...
That is the only real reason to consider not doing it. I mean, there's nothing else he wants to do this turn.
Coin cube? Just to have a big thing on the board?
Okay, no, yeah. The more I'm looking at it, the more I'm liking that. That's with Ziliax,
yeah,
though.
Fair enough.
Same reason as the Skull, though. It doesn't do anything right now, but that's the 5 mana spent. It's there and ready to deal with whatever Pavel plays next turn.
Yep, and that's done its job already. See, doing it this way around now, you get to cube the Ziliax if you want to as well. I mean, you want to cube good things, but maybe I'm underestimating how much time he has. No, this is, yeah. Just get it out there. There's no Owl available unless Rexar makes one, so...
Right, and now Cube proccing on the Ziliax is actually huge against any aggressive deck. Multiple Ziliax is a big problem.
Yeah, this makes Rexar kind of awkward as well. Because you don't really want to do 2 damage to that cube. But he's got to, and he might as well get it over with, which is what he's doing. Alright, let the grinding begin on both sides. See now, going back to that Mulligan decision, why he didn't want that Mountain Giant.
Yeah, it's still there.
It's just been stuck in his hand because of the way the Doomsayer's interacted with his hand size.
I wonder.
It's worked out real nicely, though. I mean, I guess Unleash the Hounds can do some work against these Ziliax, sort of, at least pop the Divine Shield, but really, Pavel doesn't have any good options to deal with this. And given that a Void Lord might come out of this Lackey as well, Pavel's not going to be touching the face for a long time.
Yeah, and both ways. If the the Doom Guard comes out of this Lackey, then suddenly Pavel's actually just on the back foot and getting beaten down.
Yeah.
And
I guess, yeah.
always start looking at Hyena Hound plays in these situations.
He's just got some stuff to get through first, but starting to chip away at these Divine Shields makes a lot of sense to me. Candle Shot can do some work. Hounds might be able to finish the job at some point in the next few turns.
Yeah. Naiman just has too much development for the time being, though. But yeah, the hounds will be the hyena will be almost impossible to deal with easily. But look at this lot. I don't need to mess around my silly cube shenanigans. I'm just going to kill you until you die from it.
And Pavel just really not managing to do all of that much with this aggressive hunter deck. It goes to show how powerful these control decks can be if they can just get their stuff down. This looks like a powerful combo.
Yeah, this Leox made a massive difference. The game was getting out of reach. The hyena wasn't really going to get it done, but now the hyena is going to get out of reach to some degree and at least make a game of this.
Yeah.
Only there was a Godfrey in this deck.
Yeah.
But even then, I mean, yeah, it's an inconvenience for Naiman. But he's on 30. He can deal with the board if he so chooses.
Yeah, with Defile, with the Lackey in his hand, with the Spellstone, he's definitely got multiple ways of dealing with everything, and that's without even looking at his minions on the board.
Yeah.
So many possibilities.
Oh, look at that. That's what
Nice.
you want to draw from a Lackey.
Weird that this hand has so many options again.
So many possibilities.
Just setting up his demons.
They'll serve me now.
Chowdram, so versatile. The key is obviously just to use it rather than waiting for specific instances. Yeah, and okay, good luck, Pavel.
He's not getting through that. Then again, I guess some blowback things can happen. See how big a beast he can build.
He can build big beasts.
He can.
I think Rexar's probably the best card in the game right now.
For something to be considered a beast, it does have to be pretty big, right?
I mean, doggos are beasts.
That's true. That's true.
But, yeah, certainly pretty bitey, whatever they are. Not quite lethal, but most of the groundwork's been set. And with that 30 health, if he feels he needs to, which he may not even want to, he can tap to his heart's content. Far more likely he does things like cubing the Lackey and just get another big demon on the board first. In case you draw it. Oh, is he calculating because it's both the Void Lords are gone now, so it's guaranteed Doomguard?
So he's actually counting damage?
I think so.
I wonder.
It's not there, is it?
It should have been, right?
If he
With
went
all that
face
damage.
there, all went face, then cubes the Lackey who is guaranteed a Doomguard, I think.
Yeah, or just Spellstone the Lackey. It should have been lethal.
Yeah, I think it was lethal. I don't think it's going to matter much, though.
Yeah, I mean, both Void Lords has been summoned, so yes, that was lethal. Naiman just had, you're right. But as you said, we're sort of...
We're showing how good casters are compared to players, that's what we're doing.
we're sort
Isn't
of
that
picking on
right,
him for
Chad?
no reason. Like, this game is completely over.
Yeah, exactly.
Even
It's
with
very
a
much-
Lifesteal Rush Hydra, which is powerful, by the way. This is a
Yeah,
good
it is.
pickup.
Yeah, Naiman has worked it out now as well, I think.
He's shaking his head. so-
yeah. It's very much a pro player thing, though, when you see what you think is a guaranteed win, not to go too much further down the thought chain, because why bother?
Yep.
But this was the ultimate punish. Well, not the ultimate punish. The ultimate punish would be if he actually loses, but it was a punish.
It was, and it's really unfortunate.
Because he didn't win the next turn, he's now realised what he could have done last turn.
It's the fact that he cubed the lackey instead of spellstoning it. It means that, great, when the cube dies, it's going to be a bunch of 2/2s get summoned. That's not ideal either. And yes, then one of them will summon a Doom Guard, and maybe that will help him win the game, but this has taken a turn.
Sure has. Still a way off, though. He's still got the Void Lord to just play from hand if he wants, but he's got to deal with this stupid Hydra first.
Oh, this is lethal, isn't it? He can go face with both minions, he can spellstone his cube, and then he can Hellfire the lackeys, which will summon a Doom Guard. That's just lethal. He's not spotted it, though. Do you know what I was saying? So 5 damage from the minions to the board, like you just did, then Hellfire is the 3, and the Doom Guard's the 5. Strange. Some strange play from Naiman here.
Oh. What do you think of Halazia in general? You don't seem to have seen it played. I think it was tried out a lot at first and got some amazing kills, but seems to have faded out a bit now.
Yeah, it's weird. It feels like it should be a really strong card, but I guess it's too much of a value engine, and the tempo is just complete garbage. If you get it from Rexar, it can do some pretty crazy things.
Yeah.
But I guess it's too situational for regular play.
I think some of the problems came about as well with the interactions with like Master's Call, because your hand is full of stupid, like not great linksers.
Right.
So early on, it would just fill your hand with those things. It was actually, it wasn't quite a downside, but it was almost close to being a downside. Far less strong, you'd think, when you get a whole bunch of cards.
Yeah.
And then when it didn't do the thing with a hyena, you've got a load of 1/1s in your hand.
Great.
I think it'll be back though. It feels like the sort of card that hasn't gone forever to me.
Well, it's certainly one of the more interesting cards in Hearthstone. The effect is very different, and cards that are different do tend to find themselves into some pretty unique decks at some point along in its lifespan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. You see cards like Barnes wasn't really used that much for a while.
That's true.
And even Reno Jackson at first wasn't really used everywhere. That soon changed though. Well, after all the reasonably straightforward ones he's not had, he ends up getting this crazy lethal with the Defile math. And
well,
that's 2-0.
Winning the second unfavourable of the series. If he can just get a win with that Quest Rogue, he's going to be feeling very good about his position in this tournament, but Pavel will not be feeling so good about his.
To group or not, but yeah, definitely, obviously not where you want to be.
Pavel again trying with this Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, this makes sense. I've said too many times in casts, like, how can the Quest Rogue possibly defend itself, only to see it defend itself easily? But it does feel like it should just get blown out here.
But there's no Giggling Inventor anymore in this deck, so that's something.
Yeah.
I know I'm talking about ancient history here, but Ziliax is a much, much worse Giggling Inventor.
Yeah, for sure. In April, we will finally get this deck out of Standard, surely.
You'd hope so. You really would.
When the quest actually vanishes out of Standard, how's it going to work then? Somebody will make it work. They'll just kill people with novice engineers for no reason, without the quest.
Yeah, you think these cards needed to be 4/4s in order to kill you? Now they're fine as 1/1s.
I mean, back in the original days, you used to see that quite a lot, where people just dump their 1/1s and stuff on the board, go wide, and some decks just didn't even have a counter to that back then.
Right.
I've seen Zigzo in a DreamHack just kill somebody with literally a board of 1/1s. Not quite sure how it works, but it did. So presumably Pavel's thought process now is how to get the most out of these Timberwolves, and it seems to be getting the most you can on the board before using them. and then just have one mighty smash to the face afterwards.
Makes sense. Get as much value from them as possible. I mean, when you can start your game with a start as powerful as the double Diamol, then you're not really too worried about the Timberwolves. Naiman's pretty worried about everything, though, right now. His hand isn't doing all that much just yet.
Yeah, got to assess what he wants to complete on. It's not like the old days where you just threw out one drops and something would complete. You have to actually plan. And this deck just gets harder and harder to play.
I hope you like my
But
invention.
feels like he needs cards. Now he's got to decide whether to shadow step it or not, which doesn't feel good.
Use it for now. And now you were talking about the Timberwolves before, about how they're being saved for as much damage as possible. Pavel does have to start considering playing them every single turn, because there's no time like the present when it comes to dealing damage to the Quest Rogue.
Wow, and I actually thought he would play them this turn, but he's going to wait a bit longer, and he's even keeping back the links as well.
I suppose it is more damage this way, because if he played the Timberwolf, he'd still have to trade one of the Diamols into the 1/1, so he'd only be pushing 2 to the face. This way he did push 3. Maybe it's just as simple as that. He got more damage to the face this way, so that's the way he chose. Wow.
Needed something on the board because things are going to get out of hand soon. And soon is now, I think. Oh, maybe not.
Well, from where Naiman's sitting, soon is now, right? Like, Pavel's going to go crazy at some point.
The Spring Pour does such a good job now, Pavel's held on to it as well. Yeah, there's the stuff he needs. Yeah, exactly. We both had the same reaction. As soon as you see a hyena with the Tundra Rhino and all the dibbly dobblers in the hand as well.
That's a new one. I've not heard that one before.
I don't think I've said that before.
Nice to meet you.
Glacier Shard, one of the best bounce targets in this deck for obvious reasons. He doesn't really have the resources to do all of the bounce that he'd like. If Naiman can just pick up a Vanish, a Minstrel, just something to generate this value, then he might be in an okay position.
Yeah. The trouble is as well, it doesn't happen that often, and he has got a deck full of 1/3s, but not only has he got to sort of complete the quest, but actually have something left in hand to use with the quest when he's done it, and that's going to be the really hard bit.
Yeah.
Well, the really hard bit is he's probably going to die next turn. That's pretty
hard, yeah.
Everybody, me, you, Pavel, Naiman, staring at this mess.
Many options.
I don't know if I'd call what Pavel's doing staring. He's just chilling.
Yeah, probably watching something behind the monitor. Football match or something.
Drink with me, friend.
Okay, well, with the second Panda pickup,
Yeah.
that's 2 bounces and 2 more available in the hand.
Yeah, that Mimic Pod did a lot of good work there.
Nice to meet you.
That's saying he hasn't got enough minions, but in one fell swoop, that Mimic Pod has solved a lot of his problems
Yeah.
and turned this into a pretty good game.
Well, he's just ready to complete next turn, isn't he?
He does, but it's going to be back to that situation where there's not many minions, but it's going to definitely be game on. You know, if the rogue doesn't get too low on health, and he has got a whole deck full of health gain, things could just go crazy.
That's the thing. He just shuffled 3 more copies of Vicious Scalehide into his deck. So at least a lot of his draws are sort of weighted towards being that lifesteal that he needs. There's one of them. Doesn't quite have the mana to play it this turn while completing his quest, which is a real pain.
Yeah, the damage is going to accumulate pretty quickly here for Pavel, even though the 9-5 will obviously be frozen.
Wonder.
He can throw the scale hide and a dagger into the rhino
Oh, he could do that.
if he thinks he's going to die.
He could even complete the quest but not activate it. He could just freeze the hyena, do the play that you just said.
Yours is the more sensible option. I'm just looking for what else he was possibly even looking at.
But not activating the quest feels so bad here.
Yeah.
Choose suicide.
He's going to need that 4-4 is how it looks. Hey!
Goes with your play. And this is the survival play. If he activates the quest this turn but doesn't deal with that Tundra Rhino, God only knows what he's going to get hit in the face with next turn.
And I think that was the math. It's if he kills it that way, he loses 3 health gain, but the amount he should save if there isn't another Rhino would be more than 3.
Mm-hmm.
You also lose a minion that might stick around 1 extra turn. But even then, the chances are that with the Rhino down, you do it about 7 from hand, which is what's happened. It's another one. Goes back to that lab recruit earlier on.
Yeah. Incredibly relevant. Both back then as board presence and now as showing us that he targeted the correct minion.
Doesn't look like it's going to help him out, but I've stopped talking absolutes many months ago with Quest Rogue. The crazy comebacks it seems to always find. Okay, deciding that throwing it out there to die just wasn't enough. Take his chance he's not dead. If he could pick up a bounce for it, maybe he'd think he'd use it twice a turn, would be a lot better.
Well, there you go. Pavel does take his first win of the series. Still got a long way to go, though. Sweeping a Quest Rogue is easier said than done.
It is. It definitely is. As we've seen there, though, it's nowhere near the powerhouse without those inventors than it used to be. But even so, you also saw there how more aggressive options, not that you have many, but you do have some. Maybe he's looking for more bounce. It was just minions. Now he has a little bit of card draw, at least.
Pavel's hand doesn't look too bad either, though. The fact that he's got Radiant, he's got Lyra, and he's got a powered shield to really get going. And he knows he's against a deck that's not that aggressive, so he's got time at the moment to sort of chill and let this stuff come together.
Yeah, there's just an interesting moment there where Pavel sort of went into play Radiant like you do, and they just took a moment and thought, hang on, this isn't the priest of when I was a kid. this is different these days. I need to think what I'm doing.
But this does still make a lot of sense. The 2/5 body is very difficult for Naiman to remove.
Yeah, I mean, that's just going to get repeated board hits or face hits, depending how Pavel sees it. And Pavel should have plenty of time as well to go for a combination of a little bit of pressure plus the one-turn kill aspect of this. Get it into some sort of mind blast range. It doesn't have to be. It probably won't have to be 30. It might only need to be 10. Might only be 10.
It might be. Second mind blast appearing there. Naiman still no way of dealing. Ooh. No, deckhand doesn't quite get him there either. 2 scale hides can't hurt, though.
But also, he's unlikely to get beaten down. This isn't like, say, Dragon Priest, where you can just kill people playing Quest Rogue with your 3/3s and your clerics and just curve out with bad statted minions. You know, this just doesn't have them.
Yeah.
Until maybe next turn when we see the Grizzlies and Lyras maybe doing things. So Naiman's not in any hurry. Not in the early game. Obviously, he needs to get it done before sort of turn 8 or 9, but he doesn't have to do it all in one go. He's going to take care of this. It's going to be a bit painful, but it's going to work. It's not in spirit. Well, there's no spirit lash to punish it. So.
What's important though is he does this just in time to prevent Pavel from going off with Lyra.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
It's like, how urgently does Naiman need to deal with these cards? Well, the closer we get to the Lyra turn, or the Radiant Elemental, the closer we get to the Lyra turn, the more urgent that is.
Yeah, and Pavel wanted to develop rather than mass hysteriaing because he's got that for the 4/4s later.
Yeah.
Turns out it deals with 4/4s really well if things go wrong.
Such a perfect specimen.
So Naiman, after this Shadow Step and playing the other one, he's only going to be like 1 away from completing quest.
Too soon.
Using to defend it now.
Vicious Scale Hide's a really strong card.
Yeah.
Sometimes it doesn't quite get enough credit, but... Whew.
Yeah, and it made this deck single-handedly, really.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, the deck existed before, but whatever. Naiman there was showing signs of uncertainty as well.
Just imagine if this Radiant was still alive.
Yeah. That would be rather good right now. Yeah, Naiman's showing a little bit signs of rust where he wasn't sure to play the Novice Engineer when he had the 2 mana left and hadn't planned his turn out quite well. Again, a lot of players have had sort of January to take off after a really long year in 2018.
Yep, and grinding Hearthstone is you know, it's very maybe draining is not right word, but it's tiring when you put as many hours into the game as both of these guys have at some point in their Hearthstone careers. It's not easy.
And I believe, you know, from what we've seen, it looks like there's going to be a lot of Open Cups and stuff coming up next year. If that is the case, then they're going to need that strength later in the year to go through Open Cup qualifiers. So resting up a little bit while they can. And getting themselves back into shape for this one, though. $25,000 tournament is not to be sneezed at. It's the same size as the Grand Prix basically was last year.
Yeah. I mean, this is... If you want to get back in shape for a Hearthstone tournament, this is a pretty good one to motivate you.
Yeah, with these players as well, you are going to have to be on form or you're going to get annihilated in this lineup.
Yes.
Drink with me, friend.
Well, Naiman doing the old school thing that you used to do with Quest Road. Go as wide as possible, play the quest the next turn, get a load of 4/4s ready-made. That's what he's trying to do. However, Spirit Lash says nope.
I don't think we've seen a single vanish from Naiman yet.
We haven't, I don't think.
It's one of the most important cards in the deck, and Naiman has neglected to draw it.
Pavel trying to work out, I think, if you can afford to use a Holy Smite here. Obviously, that's a lot of damage when you play your damage buffs later in the game. Okay. This deck to play well, I think, is the hardest deck in Hearthstone right now.
It's definitely not as easy as people give it credit for, I think.
But if you want to play it really well, ugh, no.
We see people playing this deck badly very frequently. Let's put it that way.
Whenever I play it, I see somebody play it badly. Pavel is holding on to all of his direct damage though, so clearly has the OTK in mind as well here. I mean, how does Naiman deal with a 4-12 on the board anyway? You run 3-4-4s into it?
3-4-4s, yeah, that's the answer. With great difficulty, I guess.
So anytime that Malygos is there, Naiman has to kill it and lose a lot of cards, and Malygos can come back and do it again.
On the flip side, at some point, Naiman will just have the damage to win himself.
Sure. Yeah, he is playing the several charge minions. I always lose track of how many charge minions you play in this deck, but yeah, it's gone back up again with the removal of key pieces. Just trying to count, is this actually just it? 6 attack, that's 11. 2 off lethal?
He's digging for more spells, though.
Yeah, he just needs any damage spell, I think.
He's got more chances. Mind Blast is another spell. No, 2 more chances.
Yeah, now he's had to bail a little bit.
That's fine. 2 more Eternal Servitudes? I take that.
Yeah, he's in a good spot, I think we can say.
And how does Naiman come back from this? It doesn't look even possible, I think.
Yeah, it seems incredibly unlikely. I'm not saying impossible ever, Quest Rogue, but I agree with you, really. I think Vanish would have been interesting because it would have blown those things up quite nastily. But yeah, looking like for all the world it's going to be 2-2.
Precision. Perfection. Nice to meet you.
Doing what he can, freezing what he can, gets the Ziliax out, gets a little bit of health from it, but... Actually, can Pavel get through this? Yeah, sure he can. So he's got the Holy Water, that deals with Ziliax. 7 damage on board. I mean, he's also got all of the spells he could ever dream of having.
Yeah. Yeah, he can just cycle through. Surely he can't miss a million times. Oh, this is going to be irritating. He gets the spell first, right? He does.
Look at these misses. That's a miss.
Give me a card that does something.
That's sort of a miss, mostly a miss. Oh, okay. Did you see
There
that
we
arrow
go.
swing straight to the face there? Still not quite lethal. Why not?
I mean, it's Pavel versus the rope at this time. He's got enough naught casting or spells to almost certainly find.
Oh my god.
Naiman just waiting for it to happen. It's... One thing I always found about Naiman is he maintains his sense of humour even when like stuff like this is happening. Like, yeah, the smile comes across the face. Thank you, Naiman, for proving me right.
Pavel even finding the time to emote there.
Seeing the funny side of Hearthstone here.
Okay, well there goes Pavel's board, and there goes Naiman's face as he ties up the series. Oh boy.
Quest Rogue remains, and it's going to have to get it done against a deck. It's
Can you
your
just
paladin.
imagine that Pavel just played Mass Hysteria to see how it works?
That just wouldn't surprise me. It really wouldn't, honestly. Like, if Pavel actually knew what Hearthstone cards did, he'd be amazing at this game.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's going to be the final game of the series. Naiman with his Quest Rogue, which has been struggling up against Pavel's Odd Paladin. Not a great matchup for the Quest Rogue historically.
For Lordaeron.
No, not at all. Although it did go through a phase when the Giggling Inventor was around where we felt maybe the Paladin wasn't even favoured anymore. But that's a long time ago now.
Yeah, we're talking in a world where nothing was favoured against Quest Rogue.
Yeah, you got down to sort of odd rogue might be. Well, there you go. Double Vanish is a thing.
None will
Oh, look, they are in the deck. You found them.
There is, of course, no more level up. It just doesn't seem to have stopped our Paladin, to be honest. Just play the Frost Wolves. They're a bit slower. They do less damage, but they seem to be absolutely fine as a replacement.
Yep.
But it does mean that Naiman won't have that unexpected, well, or have to worry about the 15 to the face from level ups. You can wait till your opponent plays their Frost Wolf, then bounce it all back.
Pavel is not running Witch's Cauldron, which is something that we have seen a fair amount of recently.
Yeah, I played quite a bit of Odd Paladin, and I'm a give me Divine Favour sort of person.
Okay.
But it's very close. It depends what you think you're going to be playing against.
He's
If you
running
think you're
one
going to be
Divine
playing the
Favour.
Mirrors, Divine Favour is terrible. Another aggro deck. If you think they're going to be playing slower stuff, then you really want the Divine Favour. But obviously the Mirror, the Cauldron is absolutely amazing. So it's very much a personal choice of what you thought. And obviously Pavel, even though he's playing aggressive lineup, is aware that this is a fairly controlled lineup sort of group.
But we fight.
You don't get many of the sort of top 16 players really loving aggro.
Pavel does, though.
Yeah, plus you don't know who gave him the decks. I mean, maybe just found them somewhere.
Well, Pavel would probably realise, hey, I don't have long to prepare for this. I get to fit in a lot of games if I play aggro lineup.
Yeah, and I don't know what Witch's Cauldron does anyway, so I might as well play a card I've seen before. Just so hard to tell how much he's memeing and how much is true when it comes to those things. And when he didn't know what the Rogue secret did, back at that seat story you were casting, that is a thing he definitely just didn't make that up. He just hadn't got a clue what that card did.
It's just one of the classic moments in Hearthstone history for me.
Yeah, his opponent just played a secret as Rogue, and Pavel sort of sat back and was like, Rogues don't have secrets, what's happening?
To make matters worse, I think it came from a swashbuckler, so there was just no way that he could have had any idea.
That's even funny, I hadn't realised that. A lot of damage.
So, Prep Vanish is an option for Naiman here. It's
Does it solve anything, though?
sort of temporarily.
Yeah.
The Prep Vanish plus Wax Elemental, I guess. Or Wax Elemental first, Prep Vanish to get a proc on that quest. Doesn't really want to complete it by bouncing Wax Elementals, but it looks like that's the way he's going.
No, that seems okay. He's got it again the turn out. He's got it next turn if he wants it. We'll probably wait a turn because he'll probably coin now. And then he's got Zola next turn. Oh, he's limping a bit. But that does mean this might survive into, or at least the Zolad one might survive into a Vanish turn.
Reporting for duty.
The light dims.
And this is why this is such a hard matchup. These want to just come back straight away.
Again, it's just Vanish is amazing, and he drew both of them. This is it's about as good as he could hope for it to get.
Yeah, now with the Brew and the Zola as well. Can complete the quest over the next couple of turns. But then you've got to actually play the quest and get stuff down. You've got to get probably one turn with which to do all that, where you can leave yourself open.
Mm-hmm.
Probably next turn is the turn you have to leave yourself open. You're not expecting to take more than 12.
As soon as possible, really. He doesn't have to play around cards like Level Up anymore, but there are still, there's still Stormwind Champion, for example. Or is it Stormwind Commander? I never remember which is which.
This is Storming Champion, the purple one.
It is Stormwind Champion.
Yeah.
Commander's the one with charge.
Yeah, I wouldn't know a Stormwind Commander if I fell in one. Oh, Argent Commander. See.
No, I'm talking about the 4-mana
Oh,
2/5.
is this it though? Because he does get the buff on the weapon, of course. So 2 off.
So many ways to buff everything in this deck.
Everything goes face here. Naiman doesn't get any heal, and it would be lethal next turn. Except there's the Wax Elementals in the way. But there's a Vanish. Yeah.
Alright, so yeah, Vanish does save him, and then... I was wondering if that was going to be a second prep for a second. No, Vanish does save him. Next turn, he can hide behind the 2 Divine Shield Taunts. Okay.
And if Pavel stuffed everything face there, this would be lethal now.
Reporting for duty.
He could have done 5 more damage face last turn instead of tidying up the board.
Right.
I'm not saying it's a mistake, by the way, just observing that whatever he was worried about, he's worried about the scale bags, scale hides. But if he'd gone the other way, he'd have had a chance of just winning against the Vanish.
Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty.
Oh,
That's a lot of
all
1/1s.
And it is setting up lethal, so they do have to be dealt with. But leaving one space to buff them all is potentially better. But he can
Quest
kill one off.
complete,
Yeah.
just in the nick of time. Does mean that these 1/1s have to fight pretty hard to get past these 4/4s.
Yeah, they're going to get buffed with the champion, but... So use 2 to do the Divine Shield, 4 minions to take down the Elementals, and you've got 1 left over, which does 2. You've got 2 from the weapon, you do 4 damage to face.
So he survives, right?
Yeah, and now you only do 3 damage to face, I think. So maybe take the 1 now instead of taking 2 next turn. But you do have this situation where Naiman currently has no healing, although he does have card draw, and of course he has completed the quest, making the minions bigger.
That Minstrel could be exactly what Naiman needs. If he can just proc it with maybe a 1-mana card right now. If he can just draw a Glacial Shard or something. Oh, awkward.
Minstrel or Mimic Pod? You'd think he'd be Minstrel. Oof, maybe not.
Oh, it's so hard. So Minstrel, the advantage is you get 2 different cards. So like you might get a charge and a freeze, or a lifesteal and a freeze. Mimic Pod, you get 2 of the same card. If it's good, that's great. If it's not, which it's not, that's pretty terrible. Maybe Glacial Shard can save him now. Nope, never mind. That's the concede. And Pavel reverse sweeps the series.
Yeah, goes to 3. So, I mean, the Dragons version plays significant numbers of minions, but they're kind of slow.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of like the middle ground, isn't it? Between the more aggressive, if you can call it aggressive, Quest Warrior and the very not aggressive Odd Warrior. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't look impossible from where I'm sitting for Neirea to take this one.
Yeah, win condition warrior as opposed to the other odd warriors which just run you out of things.
Yeah.
And see how they decide to start. And we're gonna see this a lot over the next, at least in this group, in Group A. I haven't checked Group B's lists yet, just because I'm casting Group A today, so why would I? But yeah, we're going to see this mirror a lot. It'll be the attack of the clones in Group
And I
A.
do think this is a very skill-intensive matchup. I really do.
Oh, it definitely is. It's a little weird in that sometimes you just lose.
Mm-hmm.
So, sort of like Razaka's piece was always very, very skillful, but didn't matter at all. This isn't like that in that way. This is skill intensive, and you have a lot of chance to swing the skill for your skill to matter. But sometimes your opponent's just going to go Xerix, kill you, and Muzzy's lining up to do exactly that at the moment. But with double Mind Blast in Neirea's hand, this can turn into an OTK pretty quickly from his side too.
Getting that Xerix down on turn 9, or even before turn 9, depending on what you're doing with your Gilded Gargoyles, is so important in this deck. So that is a big leg up that Muzzy has. But Neirea has several turns to draw his yet, so it's still wide open.
He does, but he's going to have to... That coin's sort of holding him up a little bit. He's going to have to actually do something before Muzzy does. Because the hand sizes are filling up.
Can I tell you something crazy, Lorinda?
You normally do, so go ahead.
Having just had a solid look at Neirea's version of this deck,
Yep.
it is very similar to Naiman's that we saw earlier.
Oh, the focused one.
There is 1 Malygos, 1 Velen, 1 Ziliax, and 2 Radiant Elementals, but no other minions whatsoever, not even a Lyra.
Interesting. So he'll be more consistent, but also the Lyra makes such a big difference sometimes. Well, we'll get to see which version's better overall, I guess.
Lyra is a strange admittance to the deck. Like, I get it. You make it so you're running 4 minions, and it guarantees to go off all the time.
Yeah.
But in most cases, that means your game against aggro decks is worse. But Lyra isn't really specifically for the aggressive matchups. So you're omitting an anti-control card as well as your anti-aggro cards when you remove that from the deck.
Got you.
Does he want another cloning gallery?
Probably. I'm just looking to work out if Noirea's nice, lovely gold card back is going to get infected, by the way.
Oh, this was Neirea's cloning gallery. My bad. I thought
Yeah.
it was Muzzy's.
Yeah, I think his card back gets infected after this game as well.
Well, if you get the card back, you can then change your card back, and then you never get infected again.
No.
That was actually the first thing I did when I got infected, because I don't want to just wear the same card back as everyone else, you know?
That's a good point. So you use your gold card back instead.
Yeah, someday.
Maybe we'll get a caster's card back one day.
It won't be
So
gold.
people know when they play us how bad we're going to be and they can just beat us down.
It'll be a shade of brown.
What, like the legend one, you mean? Pip. Yeah, probably a worse shade of brown than that. Okay, back to actual reality and the game in progress that I so cunningly distracted us from when I was working out what Muzzy was going to do. And Neirea picking up Malygos interferes massively with his plans, obviously. But as we saw, you just get things back, keep going, force the Psychic Scream, and then your Xerx works anyway. There's very few ways to actually get it off the board without screaming it. Wow. That really was a lesser Spellstone. Even lesser Spellstone.
Well, one Radiant, you could do worse than with a Radiant Elemental.
Damage is relevant in this as well.
Yep.
You get your opponent down to a 20, then suddenly things become a lot easier for you than 30. Just the 1 Mind Blast with the double buff.
I'm just looking at this Lyra in Muzzy's hand and thinking that this card is going to do some serious work. And Neirea doesn't have one.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see how this version with the very few minions pans out in this event. Because the amount of struggling you have to do when you do play more minions is substantial.
Yes.
But I also feel that it's worth it. I think the struggle usually pays off. Neirea is being forced into a really awkward situation here, yeah. Getting rid of the coin is so huge, it cuts out so many things, like Malygos Coin Mind Blast, for instance, which is very straightforward play, of course. And Muzzy now has to do something. Eternal Servitude is definitely an option.
I
He
just I
gets
can't
shot down though now. Yeah.
I can't look at Muzzy's hand without looking at Lyra. I know that's just wrong, but like very, very soon it won't be wrong. It will be incredible. Yeah. But for now, I like the gargoyle that just boosts the Lyra play later. It gets him a better Xerx's cloning gallery.
Does mean he needs to dump another card though, because this gargoyle will get shot if he keeps his hand size at 10.
Quickly.
Yeah. This isn't a thing he wanted to particularly do because he knows this just gets killed off so easily, but got to dump something most likely, so.
But then does this get killed off so easily? Like, is there... Does Neirea ever just consider playing a Velen or something this turn? If he had it, obviously.
Yeah. It's definitely something Muzzy paid attention to, I agree.
Because I'm thinking, again, if this Radiant survives, then Lyra just goes off. Lyra, Servitude, the second Radiant, and then play every spell you could possibly dream of playing.
Yeah, maybe keep out the Holy Smites, maybe not, depending what you get, and off you go, you're right. Yes, this is a bit of a mess for Neirea, and you identified it very early on. This Lyra is looking like a massive deal. So yeah, Neirea, alert to the problem. Getting rid of that as quickly as possible.
Sure, look at that. Look how quickly Muzzy just snap played those cards. That's going to be lethal. It doesn't matter that he's running all of these extra minions. He's still managed to get good old faithful combo out.
Yeah, and not much you can do when that happens. And they were the ones we were talking about where there isn't anything your opponent can do. Just do when stuff starts going crazy. All right, Togwaggle Druid versus Quest Warrior. I was going to call it Ragnaros Warrior then, but
that's fair.
A little bit too tenuous, I think. Have a look through Neirea's list before I make any ridiculous comments about this. There's that one. It's so hard to click buttons and talk at the same time because I don't talk for a living.
It's difficult, multitasking, you know.
So pretty standard stuff like you mentioned. It's got the double warbear. It has got the Skull King guys, which is going to get rid of those naturalizers.
Okay. That's very relevant. Actually, that's very important. Naturalizers and spellstones.
And one Gluttonous Ooze. The rest is very standard old style taunt warrior. You play a lot of taunts, including nice little raptors and the additional warbear, the Phantom Militia. Get through the quest really quickly.
Little raptors aren't taunts, Lorinda.
No, but the card's called Nice Little Raptors that makes the corner sentry. Pretty sure that's how it works.
We can go with it. We can go with it.
Neirea filling in his curve nicely there. Obviously just getting on with it as quick as he can. And it's always been the same, especially against Drew. You've got to think in terms of how many 8s do I need to do to their face. Several strategies later on will come to play where Neirea tries to force 8 to the face after the quest is complete.
Right.
And I think with Togwaggle is it's not killing you anytime soon without doing its thing. So you don't have to worry at all about using Galosh or messing around with hero powers and stuff. You don't need it to be an odd warrior. You just need to do your quest.
Spreading plague. It's just about good enough here, isn't it? Like, yes.
Because you've got the tyrant backup, yeah.
Yes, there's no big swing potential coming here, but you get a little bored. Muzzy just needs to draw that ultimate infestation, doesn't he?
He does, and he hasn't drawn it much. And in the game where he got slaughtered in game 4 against Firebat, he he got stuck with the tyrants in hand and just no plagues to get them down. This makes a big difference.
Yeah.
Because it's not just the damage on the board, it's the hand size getting too big. But obviously, branching paths can be used to draw through the deck.
It's so annoying because he's now even got like the dream branching path spreading plague combo, but because of all of these flimsy taunts in the way, he can't do much with it. Like you said, it's just hold on a second.
That seems good. I like drawing that card at this point, I think.
I have a feeling Muzzy does as well.
Yeah. The face gave it away. Maybe not. Cheeky 4. All these cards that I forgot existed. I thought they weren't in standard anymore. Blood Razor. I remember that card.
It's not been missing for that long.
I think it's because we've had sort of 2 new sets and 2 rounds or 3 rounds of nerfs.
Right.
That it feels like a long time ago.
Yeah, that's fair.
This is a far more normal, toggy style game, I think.
What, sort of slow, steady, put up a branching path at some point. Sorry, a spreading plague at some point. Draw some more cards.
Yeah, get a florist, wait to get one of your combo pieces.
Right, yeah.
Just everything sort of makes sense. Whereas the other games we've seen, the deck has to perform differently. Obviously, against the Paladin, it just didn't do what it was supposed to. It wasn't Muzzy's fault, but this is now doing what the deck is meant to do. But with no naturalizers.
I'm waiting for no one.
And it's quite clear already that Neirea's not going to get this done with the minions. He's going to get it done with hero power plus a bit of help from minions. He's playing the Garish for the weapon.
Neirea really wants to get this win, because if he can get the first attempt won with this warrior, it could make a big difference later on in the series. No longer having to play it against Quest Rogue, etc.
Yeah, for absolute sure. Yeah, you've got to play the Garish down as quickly as you draw it in this, because you're eventually going to get rid of that hero power. So if you play the other way around, you can never play with Garish, basically. You don't want to get rid of the Ragnar's hero power, oddly enough.
Right.
Which is why I always thought it was strange that Garish was in the deck in the first place, but that's how it works. Spreading Plague number 2 is an option. Quest complete. So Spreading Plague does more than just blocks off these guys. It starts blocking off that hero power and buying some time as well.
It does, but there are so many board clears in Taunt Warrior. None present in Nerea's hand. Well, sorry, there's one Brawl present in Nerea's hand, but it's kind of awkward him having to play it.
Yeah.
But the clock will start ticking as soon as that Sulfurious gets played.
Muzzy making the way for an ultimate infestation.
Ooh. He wants his clock to be ticking faster than there is.
Yeah, and the end turn button's gone green, so he's going to burn a card next turn. No, he drew the time.
Nope, he played it. It's fine.
Yeah, he saw it way before we did. Just for a second there, I thought he hadn't drawn it and was stuck on 10 cards.
With his Muzzy lightning vision.
How does that work?
I don't know. He sees the future. That's why his RNG is so good.
He definitely does that. He's doing what he can to keep up on cards. But Muzzy's deck's already down to 6 or fewer. Which is insane, by the way.
It's what he needs. Twig is almost ready to go. There is the use, obviously. That's huge for Neirea.
Yeah. Yeah, this twig gets ooze next turn.
Because if there was no ooze whatsoever in Neirea's deck, Muzzy could just consider going Ultimate Infestation this turn, and the next turn he could go Tog, hit the twig, Azalina.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't care about burning other stuff, but he does need that Florist combo, and so he doesn't have time to be sitting there taking fatigue damage for the next few turns.
No, just wiping everything out that he can, drawing more cards, and trying to dumpster 8 points of damage to the face. That's how face damage is called these days.
Alright, there goes the twig. Obviously, it's going to have to be Florist if you want that combo.
Gosh.
I'm out of cards.
I'm sure they sped that animation up. Sort of seems the same speed as the mage one now.
Oh. For some reason I thought Azalina was already in Muzzy's hand. Okay, you can ignore everything I said last turn.
I assumed it was as well, actually. I just assumed he'd drawn basically everything that mattered. But it made sense. It just there wasn't an Azalina. Wow. This is now messy, like Togwaggle games get.
Oh, this whole game is very messy on both sides. Muzzy has to take a whole turn to set up the Florist before he can do anything.
Yeah.
He doesn't even have any naturalizers left, so he's not going to be killing Neirea quickly regardless. In the meantime, he's taking fatigue damage. Neirea's going to be putting stuff on the board, and Neirea's going to be using that powerful hero power. You know, I can see Neirea just about getting through with this one.
Yeah, I mean, you replace their hand, but you don't get that much good stuff from the hand in the first place, and you don't get the hero power. It's going to be close, but that hero power is better than pretty much any card in anybody's hand. But Muzzy has no other plan, so we might as well see it through and see what happens. So he's going for the armor to buy himself as much turn as possible, as much time as possible as well.
Nice little raptors.
See, they're nice and they're little. And they're knowing what's happening next turn is dumping as much stuff as possible right now. So that Muzzy can't make much use out of what happens.
Yeah, he has the powerful board. He has, at the moment, the deck. Not for long.
Doesn't need it though.
Muzzy has 13 health. Yes, he can hero power defensively and go back up to 16 if he wants to this turn.
But the combination of the board presence from Neirea and the hero power.
He kind of has to Spreading Plague, doesn't he?
I mean, that's how it looks. And then buff it probably. That costs him a lot of armor if he buffs it, so maybe he splits it 1-1. He needs to take down the 2/5 being the reason. Maybe he just takes all the armor he can get. No, just takes all the armor he can get. But the whole point of this deck is if you sort of lock your opponent out, or you don't lock your opponent out if they have a board full of stuff and they're hitting you for 8 in the face every turn. And this Phantom Militia is just going to enable Neirea to go even wider. He knows what Muzzy has to do, and he also knows if he keeps doing this, Muzzy can't do that. I think you want to kill the minions, not the face here, weirdly. Actually, I don't think it matters. You're doing face damage and Muzzy's close to dying. If you kill the minions, Muzzy has no comeback if he does do the switcheroo.
Can he afford to just brawl?
If he thinks his minions are worse than Muzzy's, then yes.
Well, he knows Muzzy's hand. and he knows Muzzy's probably going to end up with his hand. So if he brawls now, that's 8 damage to the face. Puts Muzzy down to 17. He's taking 3 or 4 fatigue damage next turn, and then like Muzzy doesn't live much longer after that. Well, there you go. He managed to get the face damage anyway.
Well, this is where it gets interesting for those who haven't seen this before. It's a switch, so if they switch back, you switch them back again. You hope your opponent has a good hand, but you know full well Neirea has been dumping stuff for a few turns.
Neirea has to waste 5 mana to switch the decks back, but he can afford to do that now.
Yeah, because of the magic button, his button's just better than Muzzy's button, but now the fatigue is going to start kicking in. It's going to be tight. Probably depends what's left in Neirea's deck. Of course he can switch it himself. He knows there's a brawl that Muzzy's now got. So he's going to Blood Razor down this 1/5 and then just launch the rag shot. If it hits a minion, fair enough. If it hits the face, great.
I guess that's fine, but the problem is if he's using his hero power now, he's not switching decks.
There's no hurry. He's not switching decks. Muzzy's not switching them back.
It does mean Muzzy's getting cards though. Muzzy gets to draw a card this turn, which he wouldn't have done if decks were switched.
Very true.
But then again, there's some serious damage.
Yeah, you've kept your brawl and 2 minions alive as well. With the relevance being, if you win the brawl, you kill your opponent. So Muzzy not only has to... Yeah. Basically, yeah.
Execute's looking good, isn't it?
It is looking pretty tasty. Wow.
Gonna execute a 1/1 Stonehill Defender?
Or you can just play Blood Razor and kill them both.
Yes, that seems significantly better.
Does seem better.
Blood Razor... Oh, he could... Alright, now we gotta work out what the situation is with the Acolyte of Pain here. Because Muzzy could go Acolyte, Blood Razor, which means he gets to draw one of these warrior cards. The downside is if Neirea switches decks back, then he can start attacking that Acolyte, forcing Muzzy to draw fatigue damage. So, in conclusion, I don't think Muzzy can play the Acolyte.
Death is eternal.
It's much more likely to it's much more likely to be Phantom Militia with Blood Razor and Hero Power defensively, or I guess this plus Hero Power defensively is fine. Oh wow!
So if Neirea wins the brawl, he wins the game.
Yes.
Therefore, in conclusion, I play the brawl.
and that includes if the Acolyte wins. Because if the Acolyte wins, Neirea switches decks and then attacks the Acolyte with the Blood Razor. And I believe that's lethal.
What now?
You don't get a rag shot, but yeah, okay. I'll take your word. Yeah, I think it's lethal. Yeah, so he's got the extra mana, so he's just making himself more chance to win the game. Everybody sit tight! What's in the box?
Okay, sure.
The play that he made won the game.
That was the more likely play. I think statistically that was more likely to win because he summoned an extra minion, right? So the chances were just a little bit better. Neirea eventually takes it down.
1 game apiece, and yeah, that was the easiness that comes with it.
Okay.
Xerix Priest, Cloning Gallery Priest to some, versus Quest Rogue, Dead Deck to some.
The only deck to others.
And the only deck to others, very good point. So this is more of a race, probably, than anything else in the format.
I hope you like my invention.
The
Yeah,
rogue
that
just
sounds
can't
right.
stop Zerek from doing its thing, so... No, he's got Vanish, but...
Now, again, Neirea's build is the minion light version.
Mm-hmm.
So his game plan is play Cloning Gallery or play Spellstone, win the game immediately. Muzzy will be vanishing big boards like no tomorrow.
Yeah.
Um,
Except there won't be any. Apart from his
well,
own.
yes, that's true. Well, I mean, when Cloning Gallery specifically gets played, Muzzy's going to do his best to vanish that board so
Sure.
that stuff can't get Spellstoned back.
But Nobody will be trying to make it so that's an OTK. Obviously not much he can do about that in a lot of
Yes.
ways. If he draws a Velen or draws a Malygos, that's just
Right.
unlucky.
And he's one Radiant down already.
Yeah. With the coin, though, the Radiant kind of only costs you like a turn or half a turn.
Yeah, right. So on
But
turn
if you get the
10,
second Radiant, yeah.
Yeah. Actually, even on turn 9, you can go Radiant, coin,
Because he
Cloning
has
Gallery.
the coin. So it costs you a turn, but the coin sort of gets you one of those turns back.
Yeah. He doesn't have any way of generating more coins because there's no Gilded Gargoyles in the deck.
Yeah. Not a build I'm very familiar with. I understand it already, but, you know. Insta picks the Shadow Essence, so he's going to start using the Shadow Essences and the Eternal Servitudes just to keep the pressure on. He knows that Muzzy can't deal with that many 5/5s and 4/12s and 7/7s, depending what he hits.
Yep.
And Muzzy's just going at it. Muzzy's saying, you know, I can win this race.
You were saying before, Zixo has been known to win with Quest Rogue without completing the quest.
Yeah, with smaller minions than this as well. Like, I don't think there was Minstrel back then either.
That's a Radiant. That's not ideal. Really, Malygos or Velen are the two that Neirea wanted here.
Yeah.
Something that he could get back with Eternal Servitude and actually cause some trouble with.
Yeah, because the damage sticks for the large part. If you don't play any minions, then the Skyhighs just can't gain any health back. So you can just sort of launch the Holy Smites as you get them to some extent.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Well, that's the quest complete.
Sonya's a weird card. I mean, most cards you can evaluate after you've seen them for over a year. Sonya, I still don't know how good it is. Because when you see it do this, it's absolutely nutty. But you put it in any other deck at all, and it's surprisingly bad.
It's always surprised me a little that Sonya never caught on in any other decks, like any Tempo Rogue type decks.
Yeah, I
It's
think
just-
it just came down to that if you had the board, you won, and if you didn't have the board, Sonya was rubbish.
Yeah, that's true.
In simple terms. I mean, it's certainly more complex than that, but... So, like, how many secrets you put in your secret mage? And everybody used to think the answer was like 7. It turns out the answer's like 3.
Yeah.
So we start counting charge, minions, and bounce at this point, and there's plenty of both. I suppose there's not enough bounce to really threaten a one-turn kill, but there soon will be.
There once was a man from Gilneas.
It's always amazing how much damage the rogue can actually get done in these situations. So that would be lethal next turn with Zola, the Boar, the Pirate.
On the other side of things, though, Neirea, he's drawn both of his Radiants. And Radiant was the minion he got from Shadow Essence.
Yeah, he's not had the best time of it. If he doesn't Spirit Lash, I think he's dead.
He's not catching a break, is he?
If he heals, I think he's still alive as well, actually.
He just wants to be able to summon something that's not yellow.
Not happening. Okay, so there's 16 in hand, I think. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, you can play the mana. So 25 damage available? I tend to miss some.
Such a
it's not lethal, or Muzzy would already be hitting it in, so...
I think 25, yeah, that's what I counted as well.
Cool. You can't attack your own boar, Muzzy. That's not how it works.
And I'm not entirely sure why you'd want to.
Yeah. I mean, Pavel destroyed his entire board earlier.
He did do that. He had lethal, though. Muzzy did not. Although, this looks pretty lethal to me.
We haven't said this for a while. When Anduin got... when the quest got nerfed, Anduin stopped dealing with his situation. Haven't said that one in months.
There you go. There's your evidence.
Yeah.
Nothing blows up. Except Neirea's face.
Yeah, very much so. Muzzy, back in front 2-1. Of course, he did lose his first match today, so... needs a win. After this one will be Neirea versus Firebat. Firebat's already beaten Muzzy, which is a very similar lineup, I would say, so...
yeah.
He'll be quite comfortable with his deck choices. Right. Tog time for Muzz.
Let's see if Neirea wants to play the mirror.
Neirea would play the mirror just to troll us, I'm pretty sure.
Possibly.
Must be preserved.
Yeah.
Yep. Here we go. 0 mana Azalina's ahoy.
Yeah, and the key obviously is if you play Azalina, you better be careful.
Well, if you play your Dream Petal Florist, you'd better be careful.
Sorry, yeah, more to the point.
If you hit a Tog, great.
This one gets messy. The whole point being you don't want to give your opponent the chance to Azalina your 0 mana Azalina, and then they get 0 mana Azalinas, and everybody gets loads of naturalizers. And then my brain melts. But basically, you have to be careful, or you'll end up making infinite Azalinas.
So it appears to me the only difference between these two lists is Neirea is running 1 copy of Starfall.
Okay.
And 1 copy of... Wait, hang on. No, that doesn't add up. There are a few differences.
Okay.
Because Muzzy's running 2 Innovate, 1 Starfall.
Okay.
Neirea's running no Starfall, 1 Innovate. What? What's he running instead then? Because Muzzy's also running Blood Mage Thanos. So there's a few differences here.
I should probably clear up what I was saying about the Azalinas as well while you're siphoning.
Okay, well, I'm getting very confused.
If you Dream Petal your own Azalina and make it 0 mana, your opponent can play Azalina, they copy the 0 mana Azalina, and they have an Azalina for 0 mana. So they play it, and they copy the 0 mana Azalina, and they repeat until their board is full of Azalinas, which is a ridiculous amount of tempo and tends to win the game. There's also tricks with Naturalize. If you end up stealing Naturalizers and Azalinas, that gets even worse, because then you Naturalize your own Azalinas repeatedly and keep horrible things happen.
I remember us spending days having fun trying to work that out while we were in Poland for the Hearthstone Global Games last year.
I'll let you and Derek work that out. I was busy throwing Murlocs out of windows.
Okay, so the differences between these decks are, whereas Muzzy runs an extra copy of Innovate, a Blood Mage Thanos, and a Starfall, Neirea runs Greedy Sprites and Ironwood Golems.
Okay.
He also runs Oaken Summons, whereas Muzzy runs Floop instead. So these are making a lot of sense. They're two different ways that you sort of run old-fashioned Tog Druid.
I think you just got them backwards, but other than that, I think you're right. Unless I'm being dumb. I think
you're right. You're right. I got them backwards.
But you were right. Everything Falcone just said, just reverse it. Like you've played a Togwaggle, and it's fine.
Like everything I say ever, just reverse it. It's probably right.
And all we really need to know is that one of the decks has this and one of the decks has the other thing. They'll swap so many times, it doesn't really matter. It's my excuse and I'm sticking to it. Thank you, Leia. I don't know if I made that better or worse, but I tried. Alright, so Muzzy in the situation where he can UI if he wants to. And he does. So Neirea is in position where he can safely get a Dream Petal down.
The circle of life is over.
Look at these new cards, Malfurion, huh? Now we have this really weird game going on the board where people are playing minions that probably will never matter, but they might. Muzzy has generated a bit of tempo.
Just these decks that have minions in them that just don't sort of do anything. They just play around defensively. There are ways that the minions can make a difference. Obviously, big branching path plays can happen.
Yeah, also if you just stick a big enough board and just play Azalina, your opponent can kind of never catch up. Because you have the same hand if you're ahead on board to start with by enough, then your opponent sort of has the same resource you have. But in this instance, obviously, with Neirea having the twig and Muzzy having the board, that kind of offsets it. If Muzzy was one with a twig, he could just go insane and spam a load of stuff on the board, swap copy hands, and it would kind of be tempo victory.
Ah, look at that. Wait, hang on. Is Muzzy gonna... No way.
Oh, he's going to do the thing?
He's playing Tog.
Looks like it, doesn't it?
Playing Tog... Wait, what?
Oh, he's just going for the tempo victory that I was talking about, actually. So that's nice to know.
Sort of. Not a 0 mana tempo victory, but a... So... He was taking a bit of a risk there. But it paid off because he got all of the important tools the deck needs from Neirea's hand.
Mm-hmm.
He got another Tog, he got another Dream Petal Florist, and he got another Azalina, and he got another Naturalize.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what he's been hoping to mill from Neirea, because he knows Neirea's got the key cards now.
Just put him closer, make sure you can't lose your Naturalize to them.
Ah, okay.
Or your extra Naturalize. If they go Naturalize and then Azalina and then Naturalize, for instance, that's probably bad.
But yeah, I mean, what I'm confused about is that, like, surely the players want their decks to go down to 0. Like, that's sort of the goal.
I mean, there is on 15.
Oh, 15 health. Right.
Yeah, forgetting the cards just for a minute. Muzzy's on with the tempo. That's what I meant by the tempo, when he's like, Muzzy's just going, you know what, you've got to deal with this because you're low on health.
Yeah.
So while you're dealing with it, I'm going to play more stuff.
Yeah. I'm with you.
It takes a long time because obviously there's so much healing in the deck like we're seeing now.
No, there isn't 25. Okay.
But it is very difficult for Neirea to clear this and establish board. All that happens is he clears this, and then Muzzy does something similar again, and repeat, and Neirea's semi-locked out of it. Not entirely, obviously.
Neither player can afford to play Dream Petal Florist now because they both know the Azalina is in the other's hand.
Yes.
Muzzy also knows that Neirea still has a Naturalize, so if he wants to, he can just Florist and take that.
Whoever starts
Azalina
losing.
take that.
Like, if Neirea feels like it, he can gamble and play the Florist if he thinks he's far enough behind.
Yeah.
And just take the 50-50. And everybody knows it's a 50-50, including Muzzy, but if it works, you might be alright. But you're probably not. There's probably no reason to. But he's going to have a minion at some point. Because otherwise, Muzzy just keeps playing Azalina. Not every turn, but he'll, like, swipe your face, do a thing, then Azalina you again. And eventually, he will just kill you with the fact you've got an extra 3/3 on the board.
The problem is, Azalina is quite expensive. Like,
Yeah,
that's
it's not
7 mana every turn.
Yeah.
How many branching paths are there to this game?
Quite a lot.
I mean, Muzzy's put himself on 69 health. There are worse places to be.
There are indeed. And we're just in survival mode for now. I remember, he doesn't have to actually kill Neirea, he just has to do more damage to Neirea than Neirea does to him. And eventually fatigue will work the rest out somehow.
Wait, is Neirea playing Tog now? No, just Azalina. He's doing the same thing that Muzzy did. Naturalize Azalina. He gets himself the bigger hand with more tools in it.
And he has a better hero power and a 3-3 on the board.
Yep.
Which isn't a million miles in front, but you know, it's okay. And this is going to continue this pattern for some time. Then dump as many things as you can so Muzzy can't have them back. Weirdly. You don't want to waste them, but there's no point Muzzy having them. If you can use them, Muzzy can't, that's that net gain. And this is almost calculable now for Muzzy. Probably not calculable for me, but no, it's the same pattern repeating. Both players trying to win the board and trying to keep Azalina advantage by having fewer cards in their hand. But they don't want to waste the cards because then it's pointless actually using the card.
You're talking about how important tempo is, Lorinda, but like, hey, Malfurion, it's decent tempo. He also gained 12 more armor. It's not good tempo, but in this matchup, it's like the best you're going to get, you know?
Yeah, you've got like 6 minions each, or 5 or something, if you count the scarabs. So yeah,
the scary thing is now, Neirea can play... I know, I was going to say he can play branching paths and buff all 3 minions, but he can't. He doesn't have the mana to play that with Malfurion.
Yeah, Neirea is a fraction ahead on board, but he's also a little bit behind on health, so how it resolves is anybody's guess. And not only got to remember what's in your deck, you've got to remember what's in your opponent's deck, what was in the hand the last time you saw, and then you've got to actually work out how to play it. And you asked me why I didn't want to see this. Actually, this is fascinating, to be fair.
It is fascinating. I can't think that I've seen a Togwaggle mirror quite go this way in quite some time.
I've seen, whenever I watch Muzzy, who's played a lot of this deck, he does seem to Azalina quicker than most people in all matchups.
Okay.
Like, get ahead on board, dump an Azalina, and actually that's just a win condition sometimes. And you can see how his early Azalina has... I mean, he's not even guaranteed to win this as far as I can see, but basically the hands are still pretty equal and he's a little bit ahead. And the only reason that he's in any sort of behindiness is the Twig and the early Malfurion from Neirea. Muzzy's done significantly more damage with the other stuff. But we might actually get to see the deck differences come into play here. However, if Muzzy waits until the very end to Azalina, or he can Azalina again at the end if he wants.
This Twig is really key, because if Muzzy plays it now, Neirea can't interact with it in any way. He can't destroy it, he can't copy it. That's it. One turn this game, Muzzy gets 20 mana, and maybe that's all he needs. That's a way of actually playing the Tog Azalina combo without playing the Florist.
And again, if he wants to play the combo, he may not even need the combo because they're both going to be out of cards soon. It may just be a case of you want Tog and Azalina on the board, just as minions, and you get 20 mana one turn and you're just about ahead as it is. See how Neirea is thinking, because he's armoring up, not attacking. So he thinks he's the one behind. He's trying to survive. So he did play the Florist, tempting Muzzy to go for the Azalina. Muzzy's got to process this really quickly. I mean, he can do so many things here. They're all ridiculous. He can hero power and Tob. Because he'll still have another Tog because of the flute.
Oh my goodness.
I think. Oh, this is better than hero power because this empties a card from his hand. This protects against the enemy Azalina, and he still has a Tog available. Yeah, I'd have hero power to take it down, but this is actually better. Oddly enough.
God, that floof is crazy.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
In both hands. Neirea can switch decks twice this turn if he wants to. Wait, no, sorry, correction. He can switch decks 3 times this turn if he wants to.
Can he switch it with a deck I understand, please?
He can go
No.
Tog, Floop, and then the Ransom.
My thoughts are plagued.
I don't know why he'd want to, but he can.
There's probably other craziness he can do as well. But again, see how Muzzy is using all of his cards up every turn, so that he's negating the opposing Azalina. And all the time, he's just got this little bit of pressure on board. And at the end of the day, it is going to be who does the most damage, even if it is 5s and 3s and chippy bits that wins the game. There's no other win condition, apart from maybe fatigue, but they're both so close on that shouldn't matter.
My turn.
So Muzzy's always got this massive card advantage because he's the one with the Azalina in hand. Like the smallest hand size, so he can gain cards just for free. Oh my, here comes the deck swapperoo. But this isn't because the deck swap he's doing it just to get stuff on the board. Now it's level
I'm almost out of cards.
in every way. How far ahead is Muzzy? He's only ahead by 13 plus 9, 22. So has he lost the tempo for the entire game? Can he get it back? He does still have the twig, which should allow him to get it back sometime.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? Like a 20 mana turn, that'll get you your tempo back.
A tangled web.
He doesn't get that turn for a couple more turns yet.
Yeah.
Death is eternal. My turn is
Yeah, he's going to take quite a lot more than Neirea
a tangled web.
for a couple of turns at least. And I've got to be honest, Falcon, at this point, I don't know what's left in either deck. Don't mind admitting that. Hopefully for it.
I don't even know what's in either hand, to be honest. Or whether they're sharing a hand or what. I think they are sharing a hand.
Yeah, so they've got to balance the board presence with the fatigue from this point on.
Okay, so Neirea gets an 11 mana turn.
Yes, and that's a big deal.
Just needs 9 more innovates, and then he gets a 20 mana turn like Muzzy.
Yeah. Although, oddly enough, 11 and 20 don't seem that much different. You've got the 7 and the 4 required to play the 2 minions. It misses out a hero power or something, but there's not much else you're actually playing with the remaining mana, which is weird. You realise this could be a draw as well. It's unlikely, but it could be.
Is eternal.
How does it end in a draw?
Turn.
If they're both really close to dying, then Ultimate Infestation becomes a thing.
Wow. That shouldn't.
It shouldn't happen, no, because usually in those situations your opponent fatigues to death, and you don't need the extra infestation. So it shouldn't happen. Maybe it is getting more repeated damage here. But now Muzzy can Spreading Plague Tog. There's how many cards left in Neirea's deck. It's under 6, but we don't know. It's more than 1, and it's under 6. Or 6 or fewer.
A tangled web.
Muzzy trying to work out the right time to play this final tog. So he's not plaguing yet. He's going to save that by that. Oh my. So the extra mana that Muzzy's got is going to result in him being able to advance somewhat once more. I should draw the cards with the Nourish. Okay.
Out of cards.
He gets the other plague. Given he has this small health advantage as well, and there's no longer any point in swapping decks, I think the fact that Muzzy has 2 spreading plagues, even though he's a little bit behind on tempo, might be enough.
A 1-5 matches up just fine against a 3-3. As ridiculous as that sentence sounds.
Yeah. Next question is, how on earth does Muzzy use 20 mana in 2 10-mana chunks effectively? It's just 2 cards. There's no way he can get more than 2 cards out of it that I can see.
Just Azalina.
Yeah?
No,
Great.
you're right. You can't play more cards. If only you could, like, play 3 6-mana cards or something.
I think the big deal here is that the way Muzzy's done this is now the Togs are dead forever.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
So-
even if they weren't, like, there's no more deck swapping.
Yeah. No, but as a 5-5, that mean he was doing
sure.
more damage than Muzzy could cope with.
Yeah.
But now they're gone, the 3-3s, as you said, which are matched up by the spreading plagues. I think what happens is Azalina just never get through spreading plague here,
So no one ever
And-
hits the face, and it's
and
whoever has
Muzzy
more
wins in
health.
fatigue.
Right.
But I'm not promising that because it obviously is very close.
I mean, I agree
Very
with you that
confused.
it seems unlikely that either player is going to get to connect to the face again.
Yeah, in that case, Muzzy is substantially ahead.
But if that's the case, why is Neirea hero powering down the Scarab instead of hero powering defensively?
Because he's the one that's going to lose if he keeps doing that. I feel. So he's the one that's got to try and hit face.
Okay.
I think.
I feel like he's even more likely to lose if he's not gaining armor.
So if he gains armor, then Muzzy just gains armor as well. So the
Right,
deadlock's
sure.
broken. Muzzy's actually able to mimic everything that Neirea does. So of course, Neirea's chosen to attack to try and get around the armoring gut. Muzzy can just attack as well.
Gotcha.
I might be wrong. I mean, there may be a breakthrough available with more Azalinas appearing on the board. I'm quite comfortable admitting that I could be wrong here.
I don't think so, because every time Azalina hits one of Muzzy's Scarabs, Muzzy can just then trade the Scarab in and make more with Spreading Plague. Actually, no, he can't, because his Scarab has to go into Neirea's Scarab.
Are we having fun?
We're having fun. I'm sure Facebook's having fun as well.
Yeah, they're having fun.
They know exactly what's going on.
For them. So Muzzy has put an end to the plague nonsense.
For now. Now Neirea can just trade one of these Azalinas in and play Plague.
But he can't play his own Azalina anymore. Because otherwise the plague's gone forever.
Right, well now Muzzy can... Yeah, well, Muzzy can never get a Plague again now either.
But he doesn't. He's not the one who needs it.
Yes.
I don't believe. So when... Yeah, it just becomes Azalina, kill your Azalina, play my Azalina, kill your Azalina. If Muzzy
And
can,
Muzzy's ahead.
if Muzzy can solve that, so there's not 2 Azalinas on the board at the same time, he will be okay.
Muzzy's not ahead by much, though. Their health totals are...
It's surprisingly, terrifyingly close, yeah.
Yeah, it's surprisingly terrifyingly close to being an ultimate infestation draw.
Your soul is in mine.
And Neirea has got this very slight advantage on board of 1 Azalina extra, basically. And actually, the way it's resolved, that The plagues are stuck, and the Azalinas are going to go up quite a lot, and I think Muzzy might lose suddenly. Embarrassing to say. Yeah, I think Muzzy's worked out that he's somehow, to do with the plagues, Neirea's managed to get himself in the box seat here. Because Neirea's going to start getting chunks of damage from those Azalinas. But Muzzy's a long way ahead on health, but that will soon go when you get hit for 6 turn.
It will. And they're not exactly that deep into fatigue, so... The health... last turn. Yeah, the health will go down faster from the Azalinas than they will from fatigue at the moment.
Right, yeah. Yeah, and somewhere along the line there where Muzzy was just mirroring everything Neirea did, it looked like he was the one who needed to get rid of the plagues, but actually it was the opposite, because Neirea was always like an Azalina ahead. So it was Muzzy who needed the plagues to keep the board level. Wow.
And he's now needing to get through that taunt.
Yeah, and that's allowed 2 extra hits from the 3 on Azalina. Muzzy is annoyed.
He's 12 health ahead, but that doesn't look like much now.
Very precise calculation needed, because if you do mess up... Actually, it might not be, but you've still got to be careful, because he's so far ahead now, Naiman.
Whatever fatigue damage Muzzy's taking, he's essentially taking an extra 12 on top of that every turn.
Yeah, he goes behind next turn, and obviously he's behind on board. And yes, somewhere in that exchange, and I wouldn't like to say where, Muzzy lost the spreading plagues, which would have helped him never really get too far behind until it was too late. Like if this was 4 turns later and Neirea was taking 10s, 11s, it probably wouldn't have mattered that much. Wow.
You win.
And there's the concede. We're going to game 5, Lorinda.
Game number 5. We've had a lot of 3-2s. I think it starts off with 3-1 and everything's been 3-2 ever since.
Muzzy's really struggling with this Togwaggle Druid today.
Yeah, and that looked like a calculable win. I might be wrong there, but I feel that when he was mimicking... I think I've said this like 4 times now, but I'm telling myself as much as anybody else. When he was mimicking the plays and constantly putting down 1-5s in front of 3-3s, Neirea wasn't getting anywhere. But Muzzy couldn't Azalina and Spreading Plague every turn, which made it awkward. But the second the Spreading Plagues went out of the pool, I thought that was good for Muzzy because he could clear things up. But actually, it stopped him from being able to defend. I think that's what happened.
Well, I wouldn't like to challenge Muzzy on his Togwaggle play, so you're a braver man than I am.
Oh, I think he knew. I think the second he did it, he was like, oh, yeah, this is backwards. But I may be completely wrong. I'm certainly not challenging anybody on anyone's Togwaggle play. I think what he did at the start of the game definitely worked for him, where he played the very early Azalina and just said, deal with my board, I have the tempo. Anyway, on we go. And Muzzy has got to get it done against this priest. And armour helps, oddly enough. But really, he's got to rattle through his deck here and steal some of those priesty pieces as quickly as possible. Or rather, take them away from Neirea. I imagine with that in mind, Neirea will be trying to get an early Shadow Essence off, so that there's something actually dead of use, so it can't be stolen by Muzzy entirely. It can be servituded or whatever, or spellstoned.
Greedy Sprite, let the ramping begin. He has his Nourish ready, he has his Twig ready. Muzzy seems to have everything he could want for the early game here.
Yeah, he's definitely in an okay spot for now. I think he needs to be. Neirea playing this very focused deck. Yeah, we'll see the twig come out as soon as Muzzy dares.
No weapon removal in the priest, so he can take his time with that twig, use it exactly as he likes.
Yeah, he's going to use it every single turn and try and get an ultimate infestation to go with it before he gets comboed down too quickly. Because this is a straight, I mean, I've called it a straight base a couple of times, but this is a straight base. If Muzzy can just steal the good stuff from Neirea by swapping decks, Neirea cannot win. It's like the very fundamental version of Togwaggle, which is where you give them all the rubbish and you win eventually with their half-decent stuff. I think the speed of play shows the difference in complexity from this game to the last one. But it's just doing the basics this time around. Hi-Fi is a significant looking minion. He's trying to work out if it's significant enough to care about. The size that it is.
Well, Ziliax is more annoying than anything.
We really have got to keep a close eye on Neirea's hand at this point.
Yes.
Double Mind Blast and Zerix in hand. Has lost a Radiant. But...
Also Malagos in hand, though. So we're talking one Velen and one Radiant. And Ziliax in the deck.
Yep. But you deal with the Malagos by naturalising it, which just puts it in the Spellstone pool, so...
That's true.
And gives them more stuff. I'm not saying that's, good for Neirea, but it's certainly not as horrendous as it could be.
Quickly.
After those opening exchanges, things have slowed down to being fairly complicated. Yeah, Neirea's going to force some damage. Keep Muzzy under 40, or if possible, under 20. Make his life a lot easier.
It's important. Like, this deck can deal a lot of damage in the long run, but in the short run, there is a very finite amount that it can deal. So getting Muzzy's health down as much as possible seems smart. Was he hovering over a Togwaggle there?
Yeah, he's not going to do it now, but he's seriously close to just naturalised Togwaggling, double naturalised Togwaggling.
That
doing it that
seems reasonable.
So if he can get that sorted at some point.
Go naturalise, Tog, naturalise, break the twig, ultimate infestation.
Sure. He's very close to be able to do that. Obviously, he hasn't got 10 money yet for the double naturalised Tog if he doesn't use the twig, but...
Oh, Neirea very sneaky. Trying to set up for this Zerix play next turn. Where he'd get Velen. He'd get to play both Mind Blast if he wanted to for 10 damage each.
Yeah, and that's going to work out well for him because it's kind of forced this naturalise out of Muzz. And Muzzy really wants to make Neirea overdraw the ransom.
Yep, but one naturalise plus Tog isn't enough to do that right now.
It is not. And Muzzy, this is where, people say there's no bluff in Hearthstone. This is where Muzzy's got to work out, does Neirea have it or not? Whips a swipe, it's not enough though, he only has 3 mana.
I wait for no one.
The Spellstone gets rid of one of them. Yep, Muzzy making the right call, but make it difficult for him to overdraw Neirea now. So now he's going to do it the slow way, and there isn't much time to do it the slow way.
Just going to set up the Spellstone. We're now seeing the real advantage to Neirea's build of the deck, the Minion Light version. That fully upgraded Spellstone will be summoning Velen, Ziliax, and Radiant. If Neirea can get that Malagos out and get that killed off as well, then it will summon Malagos too. And then we're looking at pretty much a guaranteed, very easy lethal from Neirea.
Yeah, I think Muzzy's best play then would probably be to kill all this lot, because that makes sense. And maybe branching paths out of range. I mean, it's not out of range of what we can see he's in hand, but on the assumption that he hasn't got everything. He has the option to get himself up to a very high health total and just hope that Neirea doesn't have Mind Blast, Holy Smite in hand. She does. With the Twitch, he can do even more. He can burn the ransom, but is that even enough? Looks like he's going to go for it.
Oh, this game's gotten interesting.
I think he's got to be so quick. I think we'll see him branching paths. He hasn't got time to branching paths. Unless he's queued all this up. We've seen this before from Muzzy.
That's true. It's hard to tell. We've noticed that with Topsy-Turvy Priest in the past. You don't, while spectating, you don't see all of the actions.
Hand is too full.
No, he didn't actually get to do all that much with his Twig. And there's Malagos. If Muzzy deals with that, then Spellstone, Double Mind Blast is 40 damage.
Yeah, but he also has the Holy Smite in hand as well. So you can Radiant Elemental first. It's 2 mana, then use Spellstone, which is 6, and then the Mind Blasts are 1 each, and the Holy Smite's 0.
Well, he'll get a second Radiant.
Sure, so either way it's fine then.
Yeah.
And then Muzz trying to gain as much armor as he can.
But he's also killing the Malagos. But it doesn't matter, even if the Malagos survives, it's still there next turn. Muzzy sort of swapped decks too late. Neirea's played the Cloning Gallery. That's the card he needed to play with his own deck.
Yeah, and it was Neirea getting that second Radiant into play, which forced Muzzy to basically have 1 turn fewer, I think. Because then he had to mess around with his own naturalizers and didn't really have a turn on turn 9.
Must consider.
Here we go then. 48, easily in range. And Muzzy's going to take down his second 3-2 loss of the day. Neirea goes to 1-0. Muzzy 0-2. Not looking bad for it, to be honest, but that 12-waggle mirror will probably live in his memory a bit.
That's not Muzzy's style, is it?
There's definitely something going on here. But yeah, I think something that was good about the tour stops last year is players like Muzzy really got to show a lot more, not of just of their skills, but their personalities and such like. Players that we didn't necessarily see a lot of. Because someone like Muzzy's pretty deep character. It takes a few times to see him to really appreciate just how funny he is.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just so fascinated. I'm just staring at their faces as they type to each other. This is really intriguing. I'd love to know what they're saying.
Yeah.
Unless they're talking about us.
It's probably best, definitely best that we don't if they're talking about us. I hope that Lorinda and Falcone aren't casting our game.
All right, let's jump into game number 1. It's going to be the Hunter versus the Even Warlock for Firebat.
And mostly about the start for the Hunter, as always with Death Rattle Hunter, really. If you get the good start, it's very hard to beat. If you don't, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually a relatively old matchup.
Yeah.
And it's pretty close as well.
Wasn't expecting to see this matchup today, I must admit. I mean, I was after I looked at the lists about an hour before we started, but before that, I thought Death Rattle Hunter might happen a bit. maybe a tiny bit of even lock, but I didn't expect them to bump into each other much.
Well, this is a close matchup. It can go either way. If the Even Warlock gets the blowout start and the Hunter can't deal with it, then obviously the Even Warlock wins. The Warlock does have Twilight Drake, but is missing any giant things. Gonna just mulligan away everything else. Not looking great.
Yeah, the difficulty comes from the Even Lock is that the eggs are just a nuisance for your AoE. I think we all know by now that death rattle effects that make more minions are a pain to deal with for any removal-based deck, and even though the Even Lock can put its own pressure on, of course it can, and it might do in this particular game. If it can't keep those eggs, it does become awkward for you.
Speaking of awkward,
you really
Play Dead and Rexar together is irritating.
Yeah, he was looking for the Play Dead, but you can't pass up the Rexar.
Yeah.
You need it for the game to go deep.
It's not even that he wants Rexar right now, it's just he doesn't want to discard it. That's
Yeah.
the issue.
He's going to need it at some point. Why about electing not to tap and instead occupy the board?
That's fine. He can tap next turn and then start playing Twilight Drakes after. Keleseth is a fine pickup for Muzzy.
Yeah, I always said about this matchup, and it is kind of correct, but it's also weird that Keleseth isn't as good in this deck as it was in some of the other Keleseth decks, but it's still one of the best cards, if not the best. It just doesn't feel like it has as much impact because of all the other crazy stuff you're doing, but
yeah,
just having a 1/4 egg is so important.
That's exactly it. And there was a period of time where people were actually electing to play Loot Hoarders instead of Keleseth. But, I mean, I entirely agree with you about the egg being a big deal. You want to make the most of that. An egg that can attack is a very good egg.
It's a good egg.
A bit like you, Lorinda.
I'm a good egg. Thank you.
You're a good egg.
Appreciate that. Right, Muzzy setting up from nowhere, as this deck does. Extremely powerful looking board. Everybody starts calculating Defile numbers immediately.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
Nope, can't do it.
Well done.
I tried.
I trust you. Oh, you can't calculate it? I thought you said you could. Yeah.
can't calculate it is where I was going with that.
Well, a lot of powerful options, but none of them slow down the offensive from the other side.
So in an ideal world, he could just slam the Twilight Drake, but that cube... Is the cube the end of the world right now? Like,
It's not the end of the world. I mean, you don't want to have to pocket, but it is only eggs.
I quite like the idea of Firebat just saying, right, I'm playing the bigger minions, you deal with my stuff. I'm just going to go face. He trades away the Devil Saw and plays the Twilight Drake. Yeah, okay, that's the hedge. Oh my goodness. When that cube cracks open, that Argus is going to be big.
Muzzy's face is so impossible to read all the time. and it's not a stony face, it's just an impossible to read face.
That's right. It's not like he's got this amazing poker face intentionally.
Yeah.
He just accidentally having a poker face. Look at that. Second cube to break open the first cube.
Yeah, with
Which isn't even bad, right? When
Argus
this cube,
in hand.
yeah, and when this cube breaks, he gets 2 more 4/6s. That's fine.
Yeah, but you're playing the deck for 5/5s. 4/6 is possibly even better than 5/5.
Yeah.
It's a lot harder to remove. Firebat is going with the plan you were talking about, which is kind of the only one he has, which is just make big things hit you. Oof. Where does Muzzy want to be on 7, on turn 7? Hamas Ashore and Spider Bomb looks pretty good next turn.
Yes. If only there were a way to deal with one of these 2 minions so he could deadly shot the other one.
Yeah.
I guess he could deadly shot Spider Bomb now.
The trouble is then, and I don't disagree that looks good, but then next turn he can't use the odd numbered mana.
Yeah, that's true.
So he ends up having a bad turn 7. I feel like Shaw Spider Bomb is next turn a lot of the time here. Purely because they work so well together.
My shield for
Maybe he doesn't even feel he needs to deal with these much.
Well, do you know what? Argus Hero Power does look pretty great this turn. He's obviously got to start to think about Hooked Reaver maths, like how do I put my opponent just above 15 so that he doesn't start playing for minus 7/7 maths now, but this does it quite
Turns
nicely.
out, hit them with everything and put them to 18 does that absolutely perfectly. Obviously planned from turn 1. Maybe not. Sometimes the numbers just work. Can't fire that. Find a defile that clears everything. You've only got to work out 3 death rattles, some trades, a hellfire. What could go wrong?
Oh, that's a big board all of a sudden.
It's not going to be a big board for long, though.
Nope, Defile is so close to clearing everything. It's just struggling with the 5 health minions at the moment.
I haven't seen Firebat this intense for a long time about a turn. Computing indeed.
Obviously, factoring in the cubes that are going to come from the cube is another issue. They're both surviving. That's 8 damage that remains on the board. Just to confirm, these cubes don't have anything in them. They are just cubes with no death rattles.
Well, that played around the Spider Bomb and Deadly Shot pretty well anyway. Just kill off all your own minions so Muzzy doesn't have to. Yeah, this is desperate measures from Firebat here.
And it hasn't worked out that badly. I mean, Spellstoning back up to 12.
I mean, he's dead on the 50-50 the one way, and the other way the Doomsayer dies.
Yeah.
The 50-50 lethal on a Deadly Shot automatically. Muzzy's just looking to see if he can improve on that. There's no reason to hurry. Quite often, if you're 2 off lethal or 50-50 off lethal, there's a way to force it.
Yep. Just like when you're losing, you take your time and think. When you're winning, it's just as important, if not more important.
But this actually clears the board, even though it doesn't set up the 2 off lethal. It puts your opponent in such an awful position. Look at all the follow-up he has. That's the main problem here. Yeah, Firebat's had enough of that mess, and it goes to 1-0 to Muzzy.
Can't blame him for that at all. It was a tough game. Muzzy had what he needed early on, and he found a way of pushing so much damage. And I think the way that he did that primarily was by cubing the eggs nice and early, having an Argus to follow that up with, but then using the second cube as quickly as possible on the first cube, just to guarantee that his board was not going to be empty at any point.
Yeah, and worked really nicely for him. Obviously, he won't be trying to guess, but running that druid into the priest is a big deal if you can get that set up. But there's no way of manipulating that. So we are going to see priest versus priest. I believe it's Zerek versus Zerek as well.
It is. So I'm going to just now take a moment to skim these deck lists for any big differences, because obviously the deck lists that we saw before, the priest lists, did have some pretty extreme differences. No Lich King in Muzzy's.
No Lich King for Muzz.
But he does have Lyra and Gargoyles, so it's not quite as thin or minion light as Naiman's was.
This will be a very, very powerful matchup. I know that a lot of the time that Zalae's played a lot of this deck, and Firebat does hang out in that stream. And they do have a lot of conversations about this deck. And the mirror is a very, very intricate affair. Hopefully be able to keep up what's going on. How you use your Psychic Screams, how much you develop to play around your opponent's Psychic Screaming stuff. is all very interesting. If you Psychic Scream sort of the lesser things into their deck, then it makes their Xerx worse. For instance, there's a lot of, there's no general rule, but there's a lot of things like that go on in this match. So pay attention to the Psychic Screams and what people do with them.
Obviously, the minions drawn are very important as well. Xerx being drawn is great for Muzzy, but he's drawn both Radiants. And we mentioned this in a previous series. That does mean he can't turn 9, play the Xerx Cloning Gallery, and then just go off, because his spells won't be cheap, because it won't be summoning Radiants. Yep. That's a problem.
Yeah, we're seeing it on the other side from Firebat as well. He's already got Velen in his hand. That's a turn at some point where he's going to have to spend 7 mana.
Yeah.
Probably doing nothing. And if he gets Scream back into his deck, then he can, ridiculously, he can Xerx afterwards. So actually your big things do stick on the board a lot of the time longer than you'd want them, or longer than your opponent would want them to.
Yes.
Or they go back into your deck. That's why it gets so weird.
It's almost like the opposite problem that Firebat has. Like, he's got the big minions that he doesn't want because he wants to go off.
Must consider.
On the plus side, if Firebat played Xerx right now, he'd get a huge light return. Muzzy wouldn't.
Yes. Yeah, it's not quite like normal combo versus combo where it's a straight race. I mean, there's definitely a racing element to it. But a lot of the time it's just not as simple as that. And these are the games where a lot of people don't like OTK decks and complain that, they're not interactive and skillful. Well, I can understand the not interactive part sometimes. But then when you get a game like this, actually you're both trying to outwit each other on a very different level. So combo decks do interact quite interestingly with each other.
They do.
It doesn't feel very interesting when you're playing Warrior and on turn 9 they play Xerx and kill you, but that's the nature of how matchups work. Some of them are more fun than others. So double coining out the Velen here, which is threatening to do a lot of damage, but obviously also trying to get Muzzy to put it back in his deck for him. This is where the shenanigans will begin. Yeah,
I mean, the sooner you can get out one of these big minions, the better, because what are Muzzy's options here? Coin out Psychic Scream, okay, that would be annoying, but at least then it would come back from Xerx's Cloning Gallery. Yes. Shadow of Death, okay, cool, Eternal Servitude, it's back. Or just leave it there, and it's like, okay, double Mind Blast, I've killed you.
Yes.
You don't want any of those things.
You don't. So the death was the sort of the natural choice, but still no fun.
Not all
And he's back.
are lost.
We're going to see a lot of Velens and Maligai in this, or Maligis. That's for sure.
Well, maybe not. If the game just ends quickly, then...
Sure.
Which is likely to happen if these things survive.
Yeah, Muzzy's just saying, you're not killing me yet. And now Muzzy can get another coin, which means later on, he'll be able to go Radiant, Radiant, Coin, Coin, Xerx, I believe. Is that right, Maths?
Radiant, Radiant, Coin, Coin, Xerx.
In fact, he'll only need one coin on turn. He can do that on turn 9, is that right? 4. No, he needs 2 coins.
Yes, he will.
He needs some coins.
Because double Radiant
11 altogether. Yeah,
double Radiant is 4 mana. Xerx will cost 7. So yes,
so
that's right. It'll cost 11.
So that's a turn 9 play suddenly. So if he had the Mind Blasts in hand, which he doesn't, that would be lethal. Just how ridiculously quick this could change around.
Xerx Priest games have a habit of being either very, very quick or very, very slow. They go one way or the other. Never in between.
Wow.
This is looking like it's going to be a quick one. Well, no, because Psychic Scream happens now.
Now Psychic Scream happens. Which is really entertaining.
Unless Muzzy really wants to call Firebat's bluff.
He's got to work out if he wants the coin first, before doing the the Psychic Scream. That's the decision here. And yes, he does, because
now he can go Radiant.
Yeah.
He can, yeah. Has the 11 mana that you were just talking about.
Lich King, not terrifying like it is in maybe War Priest. Because Muzzy doesn't have much direct damage in hand, getting rid of this Lich King just with a simple Anduin as a stalling turn might be a consideration. Trouble is then you lose your ability to heal pretty much for the rest of the game outside of Spirit Lash. And that means the Firebat can chip away at you. That's what he's going to go with. He sort of had not enough to do with the Xerix, not in a hurry.
Well, at the end of the day, when he does play the Xerix, it's going to be an insane turn. So I guess there's just no hurry. The more mana he has, the better.
He probably also thinks the Firebat doesn't have that much damage in hand. By the way, the Velen did stick, and he didn't get a load of stuff in his face.
But with Death Coil, double Smite, and Mind Blast.
That is the problem with the Lich King. It does that thing.
This game is racing to its conclusion.
It is. So Muzzy can Holy Smite the Velen.
It's Xerix time. It's time to go off with Lyra. One coin.
Yeah.
One coin will get the Xerix out, and it won't be lethal already because the only damage Muzzy has is the Smite. But he gets the Lyra, and here we go.
Any Smite or any Mind Blast is lethal. But he's pretty much whiffed there.
So the question he's asking is, do I have to Holy Smite the minion? I think the answer is yes.
Yeah, the only option is to Vivid Nightmare and get nothing from it. Only device is huge in a mirror, obviously. And now Firebat, if he wants to, can get rid of this lot. Put it back in the deck. And then the Muzzy's kind of in trouble because the things don't die. Eternal Servitude fits the curve. Next turn, I think.
Well, that Xeric's gone for Muzzy now. And most of his minions were removed, not destroyed. So his Spellstone isn't even looking that amazing. It was a very good Psychic Scream from Firebat.
Yeah, Muzzy just can't get the damage in his hand, so the Malygos is going to be played as a distraction if he does play it. But Firebat knows that Muzzy has no damage in hand, otherwise he would have Holy Smited and something else to face and won the game.
Yep.
So this Velen, and Firebat is, it's said a lot, but it is true, he's one of the best hand readers in the game.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, most of the players in this tournament will work that out, but Firebat is not going to mess that up. And Firebat has his own Xerix. I think everything's in the deck, but Firebat's the same as me, he's trying to remember. Because didn't he have two Velens put back in? He's only drawn one of them again. I feel like that's the thing that happened.
We're answering that with very careful silence.
Stop putting me in trouble, yeah. But yeah, he did. He had two Velens, and one was redrawn, and the other was put back in the deck, which is why he managed to get another Velen. And just like that, it's one each.
Just like that, indeed. That game really did go from 0 to 100 in no time whatsoever.
Neither of them looking quite so entertaining as they did at the start of the game. A little bit more focused now.
The memes have stopped then.
Yeah. It's all aggro decks.
Yeah.
Job done.
And this is another deck that just won't go away.
No, it doesn't seem to. It's it's just very powerful. That's the thing. It's kind of like old-fashioned Zoo was. It's very good at doing what it does best, which is getting itself on the board and not letting the opponent remove you from the board.
Yeah, and I'm just surprised, like super surprised, even though obviously the hero power is insane, that taking out Level Up and putting in Frostwolf Warlord instead makes so little difference.
Yeah,
like,
and it's
taking
funny
out
that
one of the most threatening cards.
It's funny that of all of the cards that have been added into this top tier deck, it's Frostwolf Warlord, which has never seen any competitive play whatsoever in Hearthstone history.
Yeah, it's just suddenly insanely good. And somehow replaces Level Up just fine. I mean, losing Level Up takes away so much of the deck. It takes away so many threats that you can just afford to leave 1/1 just lying around when you couldn't before. And yet, it just didn't seem to matter. I mean, obviously it did matter. Goodness knows what the deck would be like if it hadn't been nerfed. That's the problem.
For the priest, it's all about controlling the board and preventing it from getting out of hand. They want to get down these spirit lashes, these mass hysterias, these psychic screams as soon as they can, and they want to get the cards like Ziliax, Witchwood Grizzly. I believe Muzzy runs a Witchwood Grizzly. He wants to get that onto the board as quickly as he can.
Yeah, and the combo is just irrelevant, right? You'll find a way to kill them one way or another at the end of the game.
Yep.
I mean, you just kill them with a Velen eventually. He just stays on the board and hits them for 7 a turn or something like that. Very important this one, the Spirit Lash and Spell Damage combo. Very often you'll win just by going Velen, Spirit Lash, getting all your health back, killing all their little 1/1s, and that's the end of the game. Just going to check Firebat's list, because obviously I've got the wrong one up in front of me. To see if he is playing Cauldron or Divine. I imagine he's playing Divine.
He's playing one of each by the looks of things.
Really? Okay.
Which is one way to go, I guess. Guarantee that his hand never runs out of value.
I did say earlier that I was a big fan of the Divine Favour, but 2 Divine Favours is often a bit cumbersome.
Yeah.
So one of each makes some sense. Not a fan of hedging your bets as such like that, but the fact that your second Divine Favour is a lot worse than your first one means the Cauldron might be better than the second one, for instance. This damage is coming incredibly quickly here. So the Mass Hysteria clears 2 times in 3, I believe. The 2 times when something attacks the Righteous Protector, basically. But if they attack each other, then the Righteous Protector will live. That doesn't really matter. Gosh. Once he gets to turn 7, which isn't looking certain, then everything just gets so much better for him.
The light protects me.
And he can start playing things and healing all at once.
He's just about hanging on for now. Mass Hysteria and Ziliax both do serious work this turn. Ziliax is somewhat risky, but I guess at least it heals him to 14 and guarantees really the heal back up to 17 as well. So the weapon goes in, and then there's only 4 damage on the board. So he's not in too much danger right now.
Yeah, and after next turn he can do something and heal for 2 every turn, so that helps a surprising amount as well. That's the Spellstone again with the Ziliax. Ooh, I think Muzzy might just be getting safe here. But it's close. Oh.
Well, that's sort of the final big push, isn't it?
Yeah, Mr. J.
Mr. J?
Yeah.
Is he Dr. J's friend?
He might be. Dr. J likes chicken.
Dr. J does like chicken.
Oh, it's maths time, Falk.
A Hearthstone caster's worst enemy.
Mathematics. fun for all the family, unless you're a caster.
So Hysteria clears the Leroy as long as the Leroy isn't the last thing to attack.
Computer says sure.
Because if the Leroy is the last thing to attack, if everything attacks each other and then Leroy attacks something, it doesn't die. But if Leroy attacks anything first, then there's an odd number of minions on the board.
Unless it hits the fine shield.
Right, oh yeah, sure.
But yeah, so it's sort of somewhere in between.
Perfection.
It seemed very likely that the Leroy was cleared there, though.
Yeah. Yes, Muzzy is setting up this Shadow Reaper Anduin to clear the Leroy, though. That'll gain him 5 and kill off Leroy.
Right.
And if he's worked it out that he's going to be okay this turn, then he's not scared of anything, because the Frost Wolf will also have a nasty accident waiting for it as well.
The Frost Wolves stand ready.
Wow.
Okay. It's just going to have to be Anduin then.
Yeah.
And it's fine. I'm saying that very carefully. It's not fine, but it's okay.
Just wondering if Firebat needed to do that, but I think he did. Like, he could have made a smaller Frost Wolf, basically, as a 4/4. But yeah, I think he needed to. Oh, it's ugh. How fine is it now, Falk? It's still fine-ish, right? Yeah. Getting a bit scary. Okay, it's getting a lot scary.
Remember, he does get a Ziliax if he revives minions. I think that helps him pretty significantly.
Yeah.
Because it clears up the raid leader, he clears up one of the 1/1s. He can heal up to 7, and then should heal another 3 when the Ziliax gets hit.
Yep. Obviously, killing the raid leader takes a lot of damage off the board. There's quite a few more buffs to come, though, and weapons. And Muzzy's done this to get the coin, so he can get 3 minions back instead of 2. So 3 things even died. Possibly.
Honestly, I'm not sure. I mean, they must have.
So many
because-
Zilliites, but they've got to be different.
Yeah. Oh no. Okay. The Whelp is the third. Well, there's also a Gilded Gargoyle, so it was possible that this didn't even summon Ziliax. I'd forgotten about Leroy and what effect Leroy has on.
Yeah. You tend to forget it actually has an effect.
Yeah. Obviously, usually Leroy is played for lethal, so the aftermath of it summoning the opponent Whelps doesn't come into play that often.
The Firebat's having to chug through this through 2 hits, which is 6 gains of health. And now... Oh, well. Muzzy, Psychic Scream when your opponent has minions. Remember from Worlds. He does have other options. He can mass Hysteria and Lyra, but I don't think there's any need. Putting a load of really smelly 1/1s in your opponent's deck is always just good fun. And then Shadow Essence will help him stabilise. It's not over, but Shadow Essence plus Anduin is pretty tasty. A lot of the time.
It's going to be difficult for Firebat to come back from this, and you can see by the look on his face.
Indeed you can.
And the shape of his mustache. Maybe that's the reason for the facial hair. It makes their expressions much easier to read.
So just looking at that play, I may have Shadow Visions first and try to get like the Spirit Lash, but Muzzy's just going for the kill, which makes more sense.
Okay, well, to be fair, Firebat just drew arguably the best card in his deck, and it's just not good enough.
Yeah.
It allows him to clear the Malagos, I guess, which does sort of shut down the play Muzzy just made. But wow, Firebat's just going face. Do or die. Probably going to be die in there.
I think he knows that if you trade into this Malagos, at least you get 2 1/1s, which get killed by everything. And next turn you get 4 1/1s. Yeah, it just doesn't get there if you don't go face now, ever. He knows that this doesn't get there as well. That's lethal. 3 pings, Holy Smite, Shadow Visions, yeah.
Well, I know you said you wanted to see the Priest lose 3 games in a row, Lorinda. Unfortunately, quite lose 1.
Yeah. And we get to see the Togwaggle Druid, which at the end of the day is a fun deck. I'm a little bit tongue-in-cheek when I say I don't want to see it. A little bit serious.
I mean, I think we've all learned a valuable lesson today, and that's if you want to win at heart.
More to the point.
I must protect the wild.
So he is looking for a slightly better matchup. Now, I think Wild Growth has finally found its way out of this deck.
About time too.
I know that in some
never go away.
Yeah, in some decks it still gets played because the speed at which you get your mana isn't important, but in this you've got a lot of 4-drops, so Wild Growth. Looking for a slightly better matchup. Now, I think Wild Growth has finally found its way out of this deck.
About time too.
I know that in some
never go away.
Yeah, in some decks it still gets played because the speed at which you get your mana isn't important, but in this you've got a lot of 4-drops, so Wild Growth on 2 was really key. And you haven't got many 5s. In fact, you haven't got any if you don't count Arcane Tyrant. So it's kind of, but let's say in the bigger Druid decks, the Master Oak Card Druids, then you can still play the Wild Growth because you don't really care what order you get the mana in until turn 8 or 9. As long as it's there. You know, at the end of the day, his Greedy Sprite is almost Wild Growth anyway, and it actually does something.
Well, nowadays it's, as you said, it's practically the same card, but a minion.
Right. I mean, there's a downside of, it has to die and all that, but yeah, basically what you just said. So, something we haven't really talked about much today, because we all know how control works against aggro, but management of resources here for Muzzy. Obviously, he can clear this up, but how much does he want it on the board? How much does he want the mana? When does he want the mana? This is now going to turn into rather a grind while he goes through those processes every game, every turn. Presumably looking for Naturalize in case he gets a giant in the face.
It tends to be one of the key cards in this matchup, doesn't it? Anything that can get rid of giants and Twilight Drakes, vitally, Hooked Reavers. One thing that is a huge issue for Muzzy in this matchup is Zihi.
Okay. Tell me
because, well, if Firebat plays Mojo Master Zihi, Muzzy just can't play Tog. Or can't play the combo.
Sure.
Unless he's been very lucky with Dream Petal Florists and Twigs, etc.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
But like, you already have to have one of those scenarios to use the combo in the first place. So
it's an interesting bit of tech from Firebat, because it is a card that had completely vanished.
right.
I felt so. Firebat, knowing sort of the group that he's in, will likely play more control than aggro. Because this has been Muzzy's bag for a while. He won't just attack against Muzzy, but you start to eliminate your opponents, what they might have. The old tap to lower your health total to try and get your hook reavers online quicker. Not caring about burn cards. Always terrifying. And the Muzz? Not a lot to do. Obviously, branching path is always just a way of staying alive for longer, if you want it. And with that in mind, he can just eat 8 damage here. Ouch. Giant makes the big noise.
It's very unlikely that Muzzy just kills Firebat dead. So Firebat's 15, if that makes sense. So Firebat's 15 health doesn't really matter
Exactly, yeah.
too much.
I agree.
Obviously, there are scenarios where it can Malfurion or Spreading Plague into branching paths, into a big board, but that's just not likely to happen in this matchup.
What to do?
Yeah, deck size is relevant too. Battling for your deck is not the worst thing you can do as a Warlock. Against the Tog. Give your opponent even fewer cards than they give you, or equal zeros anyway.
Circle of life.
No naturalizer. Muzzy's a little bit stifled right now.
No Naturalize, no Spellstone. If he gets a Spellstone, he can buff it quite easily, actually. Or upgrade it, rather. But it's not coming together. But Firebat, with 15 health exactly, second Hook's Reaver on the horizon. He can play Mojo Master Zihi to prevent an ultimate infestation at some point.
Yeah, he's looking in a good spot. He'll have all that planned out like we just talked about. Talking about ultimate infestation being blocked. What is going on with Hearthstone?
Yeah, what? It's turn
What is
8,
this card? Who
it's not
plays
being
10
cast yet.
drops? Yeah, and who plays 10 drops anyway? It's a 10 drop. We only see like up to 6 these days.
Well,
It's true.
It's always fascinating how eliminating some part of the meta completely changes unforeseen things in other parts of the meta.
It's one of the things that keeps Hearthstone so fresh and interesting. Not many cards have to be changed in order for entire metas to shift in crazy directions.
Yeah, and the time shift as well. I mean, for the while, it just looked like Hunter was unbeatable, and everyone says, okay, but if everyone's playing Hunter, I will play a deck that beats it, and suddenly the meta's just changed way, way out of what you expected.
is not.
So Firebat, I think, is just planning this Zihi. Well, he's planned it now. He's just working out if it makes sense. It's so weird in a deck with so many expensive cards to like hurt yourself, but it makes so much sense when you look at it here.
It just looks great, doesn't it? Like, I play this. How do you deal with my board with 5 mana? You just don't.
Yeah, you just don't. I think Firebat's just double and triple checking that, to be honest. Plus, I mean, he has got to be a bit careful. He's still going to do 43 damage. If this was like just a normal matchup, you play it. your opponent dies in 2 turns, it's the end of the game. So he's just double checking it actually makes sense. And what do I do about a spreading plague and that sort of nonsense? The answer is you just smash through. Muzzy should be able to survive to get to 10. It's not going to be easy, but the branching paths you get in there.
It's really not going to be easy. That's, what, 22 damage staring him down?
That's more than I was thinking, actually. I didn't bother adding it up because I'm lazy. Yeah, okay.
22 is a big number, Lorinda.
It's a very big number. Almost the same bigness as 26. That's definitely closer than I thought. Yeah. And this is just going to reach a conclusion really quickly.
Even Warlock still certainly has its strengths, but Mojo Master Zihi as a tech, I mean, in any deck, really. In any deck, if you can get control of the board and put that down, it's very, very similar to playing Lothar back in the day.
It is, yeah, surprisingly so. Yeah, it's one of the cards that people really talked about. And the realisation is actually most decks, because you get the mana first if you're the opponent, it's like giving your opponent the first go. Most decks, it's just not going to come off often enough. But as the 6-drop in this deck kind of fluctuates anyway, you can kind of put what you like in there. It's never great. We've seen Argent Commanders, we've seen all kinds of bits and pieces. So it kind of makes sense. It is looking that we're going to go to another game 5. Indeed, we are. It's going to be Togwaggle Druid versus Oscali.
Well, we talked about this matchup earlier. You said maybe Firebat would, if tiebreakers didn't matter, maybe he'd cue that now because he can't be feeling great about it.
I can't see, I sort of raise my eyes up thinking, how does that work? Oh, yeah. 1 + 2 + 2. 5.
Firebat is running 2 copies of Stonehill Defender, which can get Tarim, which can be important.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's a big deal. And when you say can get Tarim, the chances are astronomical. Like, I don't know if they're 50-50. I should know and I don't, but they're very
high.
strong. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where the class cards work with Discover. But Muzzy doesn't look like this hand is going to cause him much trouble for the time being. He can keep it roughly under control with his hero power, and then he is going to be able to swipe. Picking up the Wrath's helpful. Naturalize not a card we'll see him play unless it's a massive emergency. He'll save that maybe for the Frostwolf, because you don't want to give this Paladin deck more ammo.
No.
It's back to the basics of Hearthstone that people have ignored for the last year. Don't give your opponent cards for cheap.
Witch's Cauldron could be very powerful.
It could.
I'm not sure exactly what Firebat's looking for though. I guess Bloodlust type cards.
Honestly, just cards.
The Stormbringer.
Yeah.
That could be insane.
Twig's pretty insane here, not because
The light protects
of the normal reasons, but just because it's repeated damage that you only have to invest in once, so you can then start forgetting about all the other stuff that goes along with wasting 2 mana a turn. Yeah, and he's going to do it now. If your opponent coins Fungalmancer, so be it. You still get a really, really good swipe out of it. You swipe one of the 3/3s, all the other stuff would die, and you just bump into the Fungalmancer itself with your Twig. You got rid of all the problems. Like you say, the Cauldron could be good, but I've got a feeling that when the Cauldron's good, you're about to lose your board or you've lost it.
Yes. Well, it's like a countermeasure to a spreading plague or something. Or if Muzzy puts up that Ironwood Golem and Firebat has to trade everything in, you throw down the Witch's Cauldron, you claim your 5 free Shaman spells. And okay, that's not a Tarim, but that's a Tyrion, which is reasonable as well. That Ashbringer can do some serious work.
Yep. Okay, so Muzzy, this is an obvious play even for me, but this is where the game gets interesting because Muzzy's just getting to the point where he can start to make big stuff. Malfurion, Spreading Plagues, all the stuff he hasn't got right now, but he'll be fine with that. He's got through those first 5 or 6 turns, and from here on in, things just get good for him. Like you say, that Tyrion, as long as Firebat can continue getting some damage in, is a pretty healthy card to have. Yeah, and Muzzy not wanting to play into this cauldron is part of the reason for the delay. I think you're right there.
What to do?
6 on the board. Can't really risk not killing anything here. Unless, not developing and not killing, like a full pass.
Yeah.
Too many buffs, too much damage.
Oh, Paladin is just such a scary deck.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is the deck I play when I sort of want to ladder without thinking. You can put a lot of time into thinking about it as well, but it's also very good for sort of a semi-brainless, repetitive climb at the same time.
Sure. You know that day when you just want to hit legend. You just want to get there.
Yeah, exactly. Pretty good for that. Unless, there's always the usual disclaimers, but a day where you're willing to play 100 games in a day, no matter what.
Reporting for duty.
Right, well, can Muzzy actually pick up one of his bigger things? No is the answer. After this turn, he should start picking up big things on a regular basis, to be fair.
I mean, there's not that many cards left in the deck.
Right, there's a Togwaggle and some Plagues, which are fine. And as soon as he plays something that he can get these Tyrants down with, then he'll be absolutely fine.
Greedy Sprite,
just
obviously assisting the mana ramp up to 10 over the next few turns at some point, is going to bolster Muzzy if he was to draw an Ultimate Infestation finally. Yeah,
Ultimate Infestation just wins the game, I think, here. Doesn't really matter what the cards are, they're just cards, and that's plenty right now. Does have to be a bit careful the one Divine Favour, but with the Twig, it's set to go off anyway. However, with all that being said, this isn't much fun for Muzzy right now.
He's struggling, and I don't know what to tell you. It's his draws just have not gone the way that they were supposed to, I guess.
Yeah, I'm looking at this setup here. I wondered if he's going to do this. Like, he's just about got the tempo, and he gets first use out of it by using the Twig. So the point is, you've got the same hand as your opponents. You get to use 10 mana first.
Amazing.
Now he's got the Cauldron as well.
So he could hit, play Cauldron. No, wait, he's playing Tyrion, right? If he's got 10 mana, he plays Tyrion.
Yeah.
Time waits for no one.
Yeah, Righteous Protector Tyrion seems decent as well.
Is Tyrion even good enough? The problem is he now knows that Firebat has the Cauldron, which means the more minions survive, the more random shaman spells he gets.
It's a good point. And of course, it doesn't reset the timers. It's not an extra turn, it is just only 10 more mana. He's not scared of the Cauldron. We're overly scared of it by the look of things.
I'm scared of the Cauldron.
Yeah.
I'm scared of hexes. I'm scared of silences.
I think the point is, though, it doesn't immediately do anything. That's what Firebat's going to go for, but if you're playing the Cauldron, you're not playing a Tyrion. I think is Muzzy's view here.
Oh.
Well, and Firebat's view is, I need stuff, so let's find stuff. Ice fishing, as always.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of hexes anymore. Amazing Invocation.
Wow. I'm not even sure that does anything useful in this situation, but yeah. It's interesting.
What Paladin battle cry minions are there that The Firebat.
Tarim.
Tarim is a Paladin Battlecry minion, yeah.
Oh my goodness. What's even going on? We've got a druid with Witch's Cauldron and Raid Leader taking on a Firebat's Ice Fishing deck. Sure, this isn't how things were supposed to go when I got out of bed this morning.
Good old
I've got
Ice Fishing
Harrison.
Paladin.
He's got Harrison! That's insane! Oops. Well, it had to happen. Muzzy's finally drawn his good cards, but is it in time?
Has he played both branching paths? No, I think he's only played one.
No, I don't think he's played both.
So there's still potentially time then. A big branching paths on Spreading Plague turn could be.
He's dead. What I said about the time is just he's so close to dying.
I just can't believe that Ice Fishing just always pops up.
This is super close. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11. I can see 15 already, and I'm sure there must be more. No? Yeah, 17.
Yeah, that's lethal.
And Firebat incredibly takes it down against Muzzy in an insane game. Muzzy couldn't find those Spreading Plagues. And yeah, Firebat acknowledges that was unexpected. Takes it down and gets one on the board early here in the Star Ladder Ultimate Series. But what a game and what a match.
Amazing. We didn't.
And then each month they had to grind ladder as well. And the feedback from the players universally was, this is too much. I went to one tournament where Saiyan reached the top 8 and he was upset because at the same time he's playing his ladder, trying to get his ladder points sort of in the breaks between the rounds. So even though he'd just made it to the top 8, he was kind of upset because he was trying to get top 100 on ladder and just lost a game that was really important. He's like, I'm doing 2 things at once. This is insane. He wasn't complaining. He was just like, it's become a lot stronger than it used to be. I'm sure we'll see that adjust, but...
Well, here we go. And it is going to be the mage from BunnyHoppor. Very exciting.
Against the slightly more controlling Q block. I'm going to just call it Q block because it is really just the Godfrey for the slight Rin package that's changed. Otherwise, we'll be explaining that all the way through over and over. So basically, it is Q block. But you're definitely right to point out that it is kind of not your normal common or garden Q block. And it's in a good spot here, really, the Q block. It has enough healing, as you see there with this Ziliax thing, and the mage doesn't tend to hit you that quick. The Warlock can still afford to tap a little bit, and if Warlocks can afford to tap, they hurt you.
Yep. The whole strength of a lot of these slower Warlock decks is their consistency in the card draw. So any deck that can prevent them from using that card draw consistently tends to be in a good place. But unfortunately, the mage isn't going to be doing much to stop Naiman from drawing cards.
Yeah, not going to stop him drawing the cards, and Naiman will be mindful that at the moment, if there's a counter spell coming up, then his Hellfire is useless, so he'll be keeping that coin for as long as he dare. Try to proc the counter spell with that. But we can see that actually Bunny's hand is pretty poor. Even this decision's not that easy, because you're not adding that much to the board that's going to survive, but 2 to the face seems like it doesn't get you there. And this does demand some sort of answer going forward, not immediately, but yeah, when you get to your Fungal Mancer in the deck, suddenly having this sort of board can be very powerful. So it does demand that Naiman does something about it. Yeah, if you're going to tap, you might as well play the Librarian and challenge one of their minions. You're not going to be tapping many times. This, when I say you can afford to tap, I don't mean you can just sort of happily just tap away for the entire game. You do have to balance them. So this is like a free tap.
Obviously, buffing up the Spellstone makes it even more appealing.
Mm-hmm.
But BunnyHoppor, honestly, I hadn't seen all that much of this deck before this tournament, but BunnyHoppor really has shown that it seems to do its job quite efficiently.
It's a decent deck. I personally can't get on with it because I think it's unfavoured a lot of the times. But that's on ladder. In tournament setting, if you bring it as part of a crafted lineup and get the matchups you want, obviously there are decent matchups out there for it, especially that mid-range hunter that you'd expect. I haven't checked the numbers, I haven't checked Group B, but sort of 70 or 80% of the field should probably bring that mid-range hunter. It's such a powerful deck. And if you've got an advantage against that deck, and not many decks have to the extent of this odd mage, then obviously you're in a good spot. And I think BunnyHoppor wanted the freedom to be able to, sure, ban the hunter sometimes, but I want the freedom to leave it up if there's worse things going down. It's also really good against the clone priest, which not many things are. So for a tournament where those are two very, very popular decks, it's a sound spot to be in. This is where Naiman needs to balance up how much damage he thinks he can take. The answer is he doesn't think he can take much. So coining out what he can to get the damage done, but this means that next turn he's wide open, but he does next turn now free up the Spellstone, so this unlocks a lot of his issues. Most things that BunnyHoppor can play here, other than Kirin Tor into Counterspell, which you would imagine he'd have played even into a coin, weird though that sounds. It's just so much of a swing. He can clear up with the Hellfire. He hasn't taken much damage, if any, and he can start getting into the power turns, the turn 5 onwards, where he'll be gaining health and then occupying the board with bigger and bigger minions. And really his only issue for Naiman now will be the potential Ragnaros later on, which he'll have to deal with twice. But in a deck like this, again, if you can go pretty wide in something your Void Lords into play when they split into the 1/3s, and that negates Ragnaros to some degree as well.
Just any way to go wide against Ragnaros, as we've always experienced in the past.
Yeah, right. It's the thing. It's been a few years though. We haven't seen Rag for some time. 8 drops got out of hand with the Lich King and such like. Ragnaros got Hall of Fame, so.
The tools of creation.
He's well and truly back in, and ever since the nerfs as well, in a deck that seems viable. You know, like people clearly, it's at least somewhat playable here. I know you said that you're struggling to get on with it, but I can't imagine we'll be seeing less of this deck in the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's controlling 2 of the most popular decks in the format, so that's always a case for at least a niche deck, and probably a bit higher than that. I think most people have tried this at some point now.
So many possibilities.
Bonnie hasn't left a very good Ziliax at all here for Naiman. And you just don't like leaving Luna up on the board. It's so dangerous. Again, it's not quite as dangerous in this as the old Tempo Mage, where it was just game ending if it stayed on the board a turn.
So many possibilities.
But Naiman's certainly not unlocking the puzzle suddenly because of that Luna. Plenty of time there. The health total he's on is gigantic. He puts down a Doomsayer and Talderam, so that's 10 health. How much danger is that in? He thinks too much, so he's going to Ziliax. And presumably he'll hit the Luna, partly because he's playing to his outs to draw another Hellfire or Defile, and partly to represent those. Even if he doesn't draw them, it may deter BunnyHoppor from putting other things on the board. But with a Fungalmancer pickup, I don't think BunnyHoppor needs to be deterred from much at all here.
No, it's a problem. That Luna sticking around means the Fungalmancer is even more appealing than it would usually be.
Yeah.
I was almost expecting BunnyHoppor to actually buff up the Luna and then not attack with it, just to keep her as powerful as possible. But no, instead he's gonna just trade it in and go for the most powerful board that he can. I guess he's decided his hand is now good enough.
Yeah, the number of cards when you get further against this, it's not like you've got fireballs and things you're digging for. You've got to get a lot of the damage in early. And making sure he plays around Defile. But actually, if Naiman rips to Defile here, it would have been able to play it with the Lackey. With the Kobold Lackey. Not the Possessed one. The Librarian. I'll get it right in a minute.
All these lackeys and librarians.
He pulls a lackey off the top, and I just start saying the word lackey. Never lackey.
So many possibilities.
You've got to do something about this in a hurry. You're facing down just the 9, so it's not absolutely desperate. You're unlikely to die from the top next turn, so you can take a turn to establish this possessed lackey.
It is a lot of damage that BunnyHoppor's gathering together, though, especially when you consider like the Cinderstorm is in hand. The Arcane Missiles is going to deal 3 damage at some point. The only question is how far out of his way does he need to go to deal with this lackey? Can he afford to just go face with everything and then maybe even try and play some of these missiles and see if he can push this extra face damage?
Yeah, because he's played the explosive runes, he's not expecting to be facing more than 1 minion next turn, which will be whatever comes from the lackey, so he's still got Cinderstorm missiles next turn available to him. But he is seriously considering it. Gets the 50-50 he was looking for, where he doesn't kill the lackey, I think. Maybe he didn't mind killing the lackey, actually. Saves it trading in twice if a Doomguard comes from it. Yeah, he doesn't care. It's a lot of damage.
Well, that's the thing. That was how to maximize damage output, so I like this quite a lot.
Not much more is going to face ever again, though.
But then not much more has to go face.
Yeah, I mean, the pings will do it. A Ragnaros will do it at any point. Dark Pact is no longer... After, I mean, it's been nerfed months ago, but it's no longer the stabilizer it used to be.
Yeah.
Naiman has no way of clearing the board outside of his own Doomsayer, which will get shot. It must be nice, though, playing against this. No, it's not nice being on 8, but knowing there's no Fireball or Frostbolt to finish you off after you've just seen that. Because my opponent does that to me normally, I'm thinking, okay, I'm just so dead right now.
Yeah. He's found himself in a kind of relaxing position. Naiman.
That's a lot more damage available.
Now he's glad he healed.
But yeah, I mean, these taunts dodge it up so well. And it is a minion-based deck, this deck. Despite the fact we just saw missiles and Cinderstorm do a ton of damage.
What other means of direct face damage is there? Daring Fire Eater, I guess. I think there's another one in the deck, so that's 4 damage. Or I can't say that word. I can't say that word.
I mean, I heard you say that the other week.
Automaton.
I had a little chuckle to myself.
Autonomaton.
I'm just going to sit and listen to you say that all day. That sounds wonderful to me, Dan. It's nice for it not to be me for once in my life.
That card, which there's 2 of, can deal a lot of damage.
Yes, it can.
So Naiman's not quite out of the woods yet on turn health.
He's not. If you get to turn 10, he will, because you'll get Gul'dan down, and that will just lock everything out. But yeah, a little way to go. But now he's just playing the biggest thing he can find, so he doesn't die to explosive runes. this is just freeing up the way. So the board is stable for the time being. He won't be putting himself to 8 because if Jalai comes down at any point, it just hits you in the face for 8 with Ragnar, so that's game over. But 10's a lot harder because of the way the mana's going to work out. There's always the ping to the face, but sure, good luck, you got one turn. And I doubt there's 8 points of damage been done yet with the ping anyway.
I wonder.
I will silence their screams.
So Naiman will just, this turn, do anything he can to stay alive. I wonder if he even faces a 1-3 here.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so how much does that actually achieve? What does that...
Yes, work out. Well, if you're going to get... maybe it doesn't matter that much.
I can't see that BunnyHoppor has any way of getting through these minions one at a time.
It probably doesn't matter that much.
Is he gonna face us back? He's gonna face us back!
He's just going to find a way to win the game quickly to stop this from being a pain.
This is great.
I mean, that's like the obvious target. I just wondered if he felt he was under so much pressure. But you're right, there was no way through 3 taunts that wouldn't get through 4 taunts. There's the second automaton, though.
Okay, so he can't play both on the same turn and also hero power. But one could stick around. It's not a battle cry, it's an ongoing effect. Double the damage dealt by your hero power.
Yeah.
Reactor core online.
Obviously, it's played to enable the Jalai, but also it can just do so much damage. This is where it's a good job that Naiman didn't take my poxy advice last turn. Now we can actually deal with most of this board. When you're working out the trades, if you ping the 3-4, what's the plus, what's the minuses, etc. This protects his board. But he knows that he's put, BunnyHoppor has this slight sort of sarcastic look on his face occasionally when he knows things are probably over. He's a pretty emotionless guy when it comes to Hearthstone, but just every now and again you can read the face. Yeah, he knows what's coming here.
I'm really enjoying reading Naiman's face expression during this game.
To be honest, even with a cam on, it's almost exactly the same as this. Like I say, apart from the occasional humorous smirk that you see.
Yeah.
He is one of the most expressionless players, as is Bunny, I say, but now we've seen him stream a few times. Start to notice the little quirks a little bit more. I say a few times, I think he's streaming completely regularly.
Yeah. I believe so. And you were rightfully talking about it being very, very good earlier. I agree with you. Any player at this level, if you can watch them just playing Hearthstone every day, can only make your play better, not worse.
Yeah, and what I was surprised about, and no offense, Bunny, when you watch this back, but I thought that maybe BunnyHoppor wouldn't be the sort of person who could inject the necessary sort of excitement that you need into a stream, but he can. He's really worked on that. He can do that really well. Sort of the fun element that a lot of people like.
Yeah.
But he's managed to do that extremely well. So the Bunny that I've known for a long time is the serious sort of stone-faced Bunny who plays tournaments. Mm-hmm. And he does that really well as well. So that's a good skill set to have. I think that stream's going to be a very successful one.
Reactor core online.
Well, there you go. Both clockwork cards are down on the board.
Yep.
And they're not actually going to do as much damage as we were hoping for.
Bunny's got to stay alive.
Yeah, that's the problem. How the tables have turned.
Yeah, or close to it. Which means that, of course, these things, the automatons will not survive because Naiman's going to be able to pick them off at his leisure.
So sweet.
And that's going to make it very, very difficult for BunnyHoppor to get a grip in this. Naiman. In that position that quite often slows pros down weirdly is where you basically won the game. So you have to look for the one thing that can beat you and play around it. It's actually harder to do that than just play strategically and build up your position.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I must feed.
just doing things that stop him from dying now. Yeah, I thought he was leaving at both automatons there for a second. I was like, that seems dangerous.
But then again, he's got 22 health now, so whereas earlier on when we were first talking about the I can't say the word! We were talking about that, it's like, it was actually risky, but on 22 health, it's, it's only a 2 damage hero power. It's not like Warrior, where the Ragnar's hero power is affected by it.
Yeah, sure, it's a fair point. It actually works quite well when you get it in Warrior as well. When you've got Dr. Boom on the board. A lot of those things do double damage. Even in modern Warrior. Well,
My hunger grows.
yeah, Naiman's just stuck for easy options here. It's so close to actual lethal. Now it's actual lethal.
He's thinking, which of the plays could I make that would possibly lose me the game? Because I don't want to make those ones.
What mess have you summoned me to?
Am I going insane? Or was that just Doomguard lethal again?
Shutting down.
I feel like you play Doomguard and King Face and you win the game.
Did he have the mana for that?
Yeah.
Then
Play the
yes.
Skull instead.
Oh, yeah. Maybe he just doesn't like Doomguard.
Have they nerfed Doomguard and I don't know about it or something? Because that's like the third
has
Doomguard
charge, right?
is lethal now. They've not changed it to Rush or something overnight.
No.
I assume he sort of queued it up in advance or something. Anyway. Oh, there's a secret up, maybe. There was a secret up.
Okay. Good catch. Then
Yeah,
again,
that makes far more sense.
wait, does it? Because
It's,
Runes doesn't kill it. Counterspell doesn't stop that.
I think it was still lethal, but at least it makes sense why you might want to just do it a different way. But yeah, you're right.
But yeah,
Sort of doesn't.
very, very weird. Either way, Naiman does get the win with that, so he doesn't have to worry about any more Doomguard mislethals this series. It would take else with his mage.
The automaton would have doubled the runes, maybe?
No, it's only hero powers.
Okay. I'm trying to think of arguments here. Damn it. Failed on all fronts. 1-0 to Naiman. If he wins this, then all three of the players would have beaten each other in the start of this Group A.
Yeah, so that's not so bad for the players that have lost, like Naiman right now, I guess.
Yeah.
Because Pavel's fine. He got his win the second series, but really it's Naiman with everything to lose here.
Yeah, got to get 4 wins, I reckon. Well, maybe definitely got to get 3, but probably got to get 4 wins out of your 7 games to go through to the second stage, which I think is double a limb.
Okay.
The way the bracket looks. And that'll be 3 days to be confirmed. First, we've got 10 days here of 6 matches a day, and then there'll be 3 days of playoffs. I think they're fitting that in around other events as we speak. Where's
All right.
the time, Dan?
Quest Rogue is back in business, and Naiman's going to want to have a more successful time this series with it than last time. And
Yeah,
again,
it didn't look very good, did it?
it's not the best matchup to start off with.
It really didn't look very good in that first run.
Unfortunately, BunnyHoppor with the mid-range hunter is just going to be able to get himself a board presence down and start getting that damage through to the face very quickly.
Yes. Yeah, mulliganing away the expensive cards, showing his intent to do exactly that. Wouldn't have expected anything else on this occasion. Well, there's Ziliax. That's going to be required, but so many other things are going to be required, like vanishers and actual card draw and bounce, that Ziliax is kind of a bit sad. It's not like No Mission Event where you just complete the quest on it.
Naiman hasn't been fortunate with his draws in the previous games, though. Yes, he did get the double vanish in that last game, but that was sort of too little too late. I was going to say Sonya, actually. I don't believe he's drawn Sonya once
No, I don't think he
in the
has
last
either.
series, but here she is, and incredibly relevant in a matchup like this. If he can survive long enough to go Sonya, Vicious Scalehide, then he's in with a good shot to take this one.
Yeah, the deck looks so much different when a Sonya pops into the hand. Then you suddenly remember why people play the deck. Yeah, BunnyHoppor doesn't have to immediately explode onto the board. He just needs to be in a good spot by turn 4 or 5 to start delivering chunks of damage. Obviously, it's nice if you can do that damage early, but they're the crucial turns when you start getting your bigger minions onto play. This is just paving the way at the moment. Bunny will be pleased to have that double kill command. Maybe not double, but at least one of them I think is pleasing. Double's sort of hindering his hand a little bit. Working out how he wants to use this Dire Frenzy as well.
Yeah, it's a strange turn because so he has gone with the Animal Companion, which is obviously the immediate play. It's turn 3. That's the big eye-catching one. But he's also going to coin out that Diamol. I guess this guarantees that something survives, so he does have a target for the Dire Frenzy next turn.
Yeah, that's the only sort of source of damage he has in hand. Fill the board up nicely.
Naiman just has nothing to do this turn.
This isn't pleasant. Yeah, you couldn't design a worse hand with Sonya in for this turn. Little does he know, actually, that he's not in... I mean, he is in bad shape, obviously, but he's not in as terrible shape as he's probably imagining looking at Bunny's hand. But what do you even do?
So many options.
You can't do Sonya things for the foreseeable future.
Well, in that case, the only real option is nothing. Because the alternative is put the dagger into the Diamol and trade both Scale Hides into it. But,
Yeah.
ugh. Okay, gonna sort of hedge. Play one to think he's actually playing something. Just leave it there and hope that it eats up some attacks from BunnyHoppor next turn, just to save him some health. I guess he only needs one Scale Hide to combo with Sonya, so throwing one out is an acceptable loss.
Yeah, that makes sense. Bunny readjusting in his seat after his pick up of the Razormaw. He's seen that Naiman's had a nothing turn. And the Razormaw gives him far more options going forward as well now. Leok, not the ideal candidate, but what he really wants is this 5/6 look. He's not bothered about the ones he puts back into the deck too much. Nice though they are. He's bothered about this chunky damage coming through now. With Razormaw on the board, and no Vanish available here for Naiman, that Wind Fury or +3 onto the Leok with that double kill command in hand is just getting towards the end of the game. You've got a magic button that does damage under all circumstances.
I like dealing damage.
Thought you might.
BunnyHoppor probably likes dealing damage too this game.
I currently like gaining armor. It's my latest thing. I turned into that person that, you know, after a while, if you hate something enough, you just become it.
Really?
Yeah, I just gain armor, lots of it. Probably even when I shouldn't.
With Odd Warrior specifically?
Yeah.
Because I've noticed there's a lot of Quest Warrior out and about in various tournaments happening this week.
Yeah, it's weird. I've played the other two versions, the Dragons and the weird Leroy Cubey mess. But I haven't played much Quest. I think I've played a lot of Quest, but not recently. I don't think it's changed much.
All right, next defensive tool, Ziliax. Hits the board. In a world where you can Sonya Ziliax, it doesn't matter because it's got Divine Shield, so you can't actually combo that. Never mind.
So he's going to go for Divine Shield here first, I think. It's the Wind Fury. Now he can kill command the Ziliax. Or trade into it, depending how he feels best. Maybe a 2-2 into it's fine, but he just doesn't want to get that 3 health.
This is a lot of damage going straight into the
really is.
And Sonya plus Scowhide still is only 2 hits with the Scowhide.
Yeah.
Naiman needs to engineer it into Vanish right now.
I think he can make it so he doesn't die from what he can see, but I don't think he can play around kill command as well. I might even be wrong there.
No, you're right. He's not dead
So.
from what he can see. He is dead.
But he is dead because kill command is just going to get it done.
Tying up this series.
Yep, 1 apiece.
At Quest Rogue, Lorinda. It's the only deck Naiman's lost with today.
It is. And it's 4 times in a row now. And I know he's had bad draws, but this deck has... I mean, it's not. He's not the only person playing it. So it's not like he's just sort of appeared and found a deck and goes, I'll play that, that will do. There's more Quest Rogues in this tournament today. But
I mean...
it has looked awful so far. But again, he's been playing against fairly aggressive decks.
You were saying to me, what's it going to take for Quest Rogue to go away? And
maybe that's his plan. Maybe he's going to try and lose with it 27 times or something, and hopefully then it'll just never be played again.
When you hate a Hearthstone deck so much that you bring it to a tournament with the intention of losing.
Yeah, I suspect that's not the truth behind the situation, but, you know, you never know.
All as fairly viable decks.
I can't remember who it was, so I'm sorry to that person who described Priest to me. It's basically, the removal is so good now, it's a little bit like Druid used to be, where you only have to put in a win condition, it doesn't really matter what that is.
Okay.
So actually the difference between, say, Mind Blast Priest and Xerix Priest, they look really different, they function differently, they have different good and bad matchups to some extent, but they're all kind of doing the same thing. And they're all kind of just using their removal to not die and then killing you with as few cards as possible. And it's how you see that. They seem massively different on the outside, and of course, like I say, to some extent they are, but it's this whole Mass Hysteria package that has really helped the deck.
It's the addition of Mass Hysteria combined with Shadow Visions, which allows you to fish for a board clear most of the time. That, I guess it does function similarly to the Druid removal.
Yeah, and just a sort of whole 24 cards that you want and 6 that you don't care about, sort of, that win you the game element. We are going to see some Druid today as well, later on.
Oh, exciting.
Yeah. Exciting for the players, maybe. We've got to talk about it. That is a difficult thing to deal with.
The Radiant?
Yeah.
It is. Dealing with it is pretty difficult. Well, impossible this turn. But BunnyHoppor could just go Counter Mage Counterspell.
We have many secrets.
He knows the coin hasn't been played, but then even so, does stopping the coin shut down any plays from Naiman this turn?
It doesn't stop down necessarily. Well, it just doesn't stop anything down this stage. It just slows him down. He has to throw the coin into it at some point.
Yeah.
And I think counterspelling the coin is very underrated in this game, in general. Obviously, there's times when you don't want to lose it to coin, but it usually costs your opponent half a turn.
There's other factors to consider, though, like, what is that secret? What if it's splitting image?
Mm-hmm.
Splitting image, for those of you that don't know, when a minion's attacked, it's someone's a copy of that minion. So if Radiant Elemental attacked the Q&T Mage and this was splitting image, not only would the 4-1, the current one survive as a 4-1, but a second 4-1 would appear, 4-3 would appear on the board. Wow. Shadow Visions gets eaten up by the counterspell.
Yeah. I actually wondered if he was going to throw a Mind Blast at the base there. So I feel like if you stabilise against the mage deck, you're just going to kill them, but I guess his hand's too good for that now. He's got Xerix in it. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And actually, this hand, with that pickup of Xerix, is looking really powerful because he hasn't drawn any of the plus spell damage guys. No Velen, no Malygos, so BunnyHoppor is going to have to get a move on with this deck.
I'll never tell. Behold the tools of creation.
That board just doesn't seem that menacing.
It doesn't, but it does.
Oh, it's going to be menacing really, really soon. And yeah, like you say, or like you're implying with those words, Luna is an absolute beast.
Luna, any secrets BunnyHoppor may draw? If BunnyHoppor draws a secret right now, gets the proc off of Luna and also the secret.
There you go.
Wow, there we go.
Yeah, suddenly do an extra damage each turn. Probably do some more when the explosive runes
But
triggers, if it ever triggers.
BunnyHoppor has to think about Mass Hysteria here, because if he plays the explosive rune, then suddenly Mass Hysteria clears both of them. They trade into each other.
Yeah.
Of creation.
Or like sort of twice because of the way it works. But I guess BunnyHoppor has decided that's acceptable. I've dealt some damage this turn. It does use up the whole of Naiman's next turn if he does go for the Mass Hysteria.
Yeah, you've got some follow-up as well because you got the cards from the Luna, so you haven't got an empty hand yet. But he is running a little bit low on stuff. And this is a game he doesn't have to win, but the way the percentages work out, this is one that he'll be expecting to win, and it'll be a big part of his strategy to win it. And this is the matchup for why he's brought this deck. Correctly predicting that nearly everyone was going to bring this deck. Much better than we did.
Right. Okay, missiles with an empty board, with a Cinderstorm, with Black Cat, all available in hand. BunnyHoppor can start dealing some damage here if he wants to.
Yeah, I think the question's probably, do you missiles ping? Or do you just get the Cinderstorm off while you can?
That's a good question.
Missiles ping seems to do almost as much damage for more efficiently.
Yeah, because he can just Cinderstorm ping later.
And actually, because he's picked up the Firefly, this is probably a little bit more sensible.
Yep, not particularly weak to Psychic Scream, not weak to a second Mass Hysteria, not weak to a Spirit Lash. What exactly does Naiman do to deal with this? The answer is nothing.
And it's scary because there's Fungal Mancer in Naiman's mind. So he has to try and deal with it, even though it looks like it's nothing. You certainly can't coin Psychic Scream. You're too close to winning if you're Naiman. I mean, this Xerix is going to go insane. Another good reason to keep back Cinderstorm, by the way. If you don't die on the Xerix turn, at least you clear the board up.
I must consider.
You don't want Eternal Servitude because there's nothing to really servitudify.
It's just a bad turn.
Could rather just heal pass.
Okay. I guess he wants to save himself some health. And so even if it just means the Eternal Servitude saves him 3 health,
Yeah.
that's the play he wants to make.
Yeah, you can't leave that chilling on the board, I don't think, so...
If it survives, Naiman can coin out Xerix's Cloning Gallery next turn.
Yeah. And then do all sorts of other things as well. So everything gets reduced by 1 from the second Radiant, blah, blah, blah.
And it's gone. So now... Oh, that's a lot of damage.
He's trying
Now
to-
maybe
Yeah.
Naiman can afford to just Psychic Scream this away and next turn coin out the Cloning Gallery.
Yeah, I'd have worded it differently. But yeah, I agree with you. I'd have worded it like he can't afford not to.
Right, sure.
It's slightly different, but yeah, same effect as he psychic screams this away and hopes not to die.
But I'm wondering if that was what his plan was the turn he servituded the Radiant. Like, if that's the sequence of events, then I guess he doesn't think he needs that eternal servitude. It's not part of the immediate plan.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, it gained him 3 health, and the difference between 8 and 11 is pretty huge right now.
It's a Ragnaros, right? Ragnaros kills versus Ragnaros doesn't.
And he probably came up with that. It wasn't particularly... He didn't know about exactly what cards were in hand, of course, but he probably realised that 3 was quite important, even if he didn't realise the exacties.
Reactor core online.
Yeah, he's just going to go for it.
BunnyHoppor just laying it on right now. So Naiman, he's used up 1 Radiant, so he's not going to get both, which means he won't be able to go Coin, Cloning Gallery, Spirit Lash, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is what Bunny's pausing about, is whether to play a 1-drop or not. He's trying to work out when Spirit Lash is a punish. I'm pretty sure of this. I don't know why, but just the thinking face and the fact that playing a 1-drop is so obvious. Oof.
It's one of the worst cards that Naiman could have drawn right now.
It really is. That makes his Cloning Gallery so much worse.
He still gets the Ziliax, so that's still 1 more health. Plus another if something trades into it, or at least a ping has to go into it. So Ziliax is a significant amount of health gained. He's not running statue. So it's just the Ziliax that's gaining him health.
I think it's enough, is it? I guess now that BunnyHoppor no longer has any pings because he's put them into the face, he won't be able to clear the board up very well. So yeah, it might be enough.
Naiman's not even running the Lich King in his Cloning Gallery priest.
Oh, interesting.
It's a very, very thin amount of minions. Radiant Elemental, Ziliax, Felon and Malagos, I think that's it.
You definitely go through phases when you play this deck of, oh, I wish I had all these cards. Then you draw them in your opening hand and you're sick of them. Yeah. So you sort of take them out again and then you rinse and repeat that, as this is just lethal.
That is insane. Clockwork Automaton is pretty strong.
A little bit silly. Yeah, the priest is going through all these hoops to try and double and triple and quadruple its damage, and Bunny just plays an automaton and then just doubles it, and that's that. 8 damage to the face. And we're going to get to see his even paladin for the first time today.
Something I think that the developers in Hearthstone have been very careful not to put too much of in the game is wasn't nerfed to 3 mana.
Yeah.
Because then the synergy with the hero power would be ridiculous.
Yes, it would. Right, back to the Quest Rogue.
Can Naiman get 1 win with Quest Rogue today? Let's find out.
He's going to need a Vanish to do it.
Oh, yes.
Although, no buffs in the hand for BunnyHoppor, but... Yeah, they are. I just suddenly went through and couldn't see the Blessing of Kings, but it's so near the top of the list these days, with all the 4s and 6s in the deck.
I always found that against Quest Rogue, Knife Juggler ended up being one of the stronger cards in even Paladin. I don't believe he's running Knife Juggler in
I can't see
this version of the deck. But like, if you're running that and your board gets vanished, you don't care too much because you just replay your board, and you're dealing a ton of damage again instantly.
BunnyHoppor's just... He's got his next 2 turns planned out, putting quite a lot of damage in. Although that is a great pickup for Naiman. And he's just sort of relying on the deck to get him out of this now. You'd normally save the coin for your 4-drop. Well, not normally, but a lot of the time you save the coin for your 4-drop. Especially if it's corpse take, you want it down as early as possible. But with no 4-drops in hand... means if he doesn't draw another 2, his curve's going to be really wonky on turns 3 and 4.
It's interesting, isn't it? Like, I'm looking at this Pyromancer thinking, yeah, but anything Naiman players can just die for free. But then you look at BunnyHoppor's deck list. I don't believe he had any way whatsoever of proccing the Pyromancer this turn. Nothing in his deck.
Really good point. In fact, there's hardly any ways in the deck of doing it at all.
Now, secrets from Hydrologist, yes, but that wouldn't have been doable this turn.
Okay.
A few buffs and consecrations. And Avenging Wrath. That's not exactly a great...
No. The question is, do you want to ooze a weapon or do you want to get a 3-2 on the board?
Let me think.
I guess you keep the ooze back because next turn you've still got ooze hero power. And this way, if you don't draw a 2-drop next turn, you actually miss out on a hero power. You get an extra 3 damage, we get an extra 2 damage.
I definitely see that. My only counter argument would be if you play it, that's 3 damage right now. And BunnyHoppor's whole game plan is kill Naiman as quickly as he possibly can. Naiman managed to deal with the board, but he still did take that 3 damage. But now, what you said before about how BunnyHopper won't have anything to play this turn, it's come true.
And you don't kill the weapon. It would have killed your 1-1 last turn.
Well, there you go.
I'm not saying it was right, just that there was another option there. Bunny will be well aware there was another option there.
So, is Ziliax one of the best Mimic Pod targets or one of the worst Mimic Pod targets?
Yeah. I think that's the problem with this deck and why so few people are good at it, is there's no general rules, or not many general rules. In this exact situation, it doesn't feel too bad. I think in general it's terrible.
My concern is that Naiman has one Novice Engineer in his hand. That's it. Doesn't have any other way of generating value. If he got the Glacial Shard in the Mimic Pod, at least that's getting him close to his quest completion. But then again, you know, it does its thing, it controls the board, it heals him up, it buys him time. So maybe I'm poo-pooing on it too much.
I mean, it wasn't a spectacular draw, that's for sure, but I think it played nicely into the chain gang at least. And Naiman does need time and mana to do what he needs to do, and that bought him a couple of turns. But on the other side of it, you know, he's not going to be dealing with these small things for much longer. He's going to be dealing with massive stuff in a minute.
Reporting for duty.
Nice. Not immediately, but having that 3 mana vanish or that 2 mana quest is so useful later on.
Yep. It's annoying because I think part of him would quite like to play it this turn. Go Novice Engineer, prep Vanish. But Vanish is so vital for clearing up BunnyHoppor's board. This doesn't feel like the right time to do it. Whilst it would also allow the Sound Knight to come back as 2 minions again. So it's still good. I definitely like this a lot more.
And this isn't Odd Paladin. The stuff you vanish doesn't all come flying straight back onto the board. Yeah, it's expensive. You can't play a Tyrion and a Lich King in one turn, for instance. So if you can sort of catch them off guard a little bit later on, you can actually get a substantial advantage out of it.
That classic 8 mana combo in BunnyHoppor's hand, Quality Consecration.
Yeah, right, the one we've known and loved for many years.
It's a Gen turn, isn't it? There we go.
Has become our greatest strength.
Gen turns don't feel as bad as Baku turns do. I know we've been saying this for a year now, but they really don't.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It could have been a Wind Fury Harpy.
Yep. But even then, that doesn't feel much better unless it's buffed.
That's what I mean. Yeah, I mean the opposite. I think I'd rather have a Gen than a...
Yeah, oh, sure. Yeah.
Wind Fury. Whereas if it's a Baku, it could have been something really tasty, and not very rarely could it be something actually worse.
Ooh.
Yeah, the bits are starting to come together here for Naiman.
So, he could Shadow Step the Ziliax for a third Ziliax. That seems unwise. Or he could do the hit the Glacial Shard, and then also vanish and hit the Glacial Shard again. Or he could get the Novice Engineer. There's a lot of options here.
Yeah, he feels that he's going to have to go with the novice. Hasn't got enough stuff going on. I mean, he's under no instant pressure. And if the best thing your opponent had on turn 6 was Gen, they haven't got much better on turn 7 either, the way that even numbers work. So you're half expecting sort of bad things to happen. All the lights have gone out in my house, that's interesting. Am I still here? I am, right?
Yeah, you're here. You're haunted, but you're here.
Yeah, that'll do. That's interesting.
Reporting for duty.
Second prep. So now Naiman won't feel bad about prepping out the Vanish at all whenever it's the right time to do it, because he can then prep out the quest after that.
Yeah, if he could kill again, I think the right time would definitely be now. The fact that he can't means that he's going to have to suck up damage for one more turn. Well, maybe one more turn's fine anyway. You get rid of a lot of mana back to the hand in one go. And you might catch a Blessing of Kings.
But then he gets quite a bit of card draw if he goes Novice Engineer, Prep, Vanish. And then he doesn't even need to play the Prep. He can just get Novice Engineer, Vanish.
Uh-huh.
And then even replay it if he wants.
That must be what he's planning now he's played it, I think.
The replaying it part is not necessarily right, as he's going to be one proc away from completing the quest. So he probably wants to guarantee the Novice Engineer lives.
Too soon.
If he can play... Yeah, he's going to do it. Good spot.
This and then Minstrel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he can freeze the big thing that's played next turn.
I like this as well. Putting up their back-to-backs elemental. Well, now next turn Naiman can go Novice Engineer, Zola, Novice Engineer.
Yep. And then the game is on.
He's just got the mana, yeah.
Yeah, and BunnyHoppor has the decision to make now. There's no point playing one big thing. Probably going to get sharded the way Naiman's played.
I wonder.
But also, your combinations of smaller things are just not exciting. They're just blech. So, going this way generates you an interesting card, at least, to do something with.
Something else that's not very exciting for BunnyHoppor is Naiman's health total. It's 29.
Yeah.
That's a lot bigger than 0.
I hope you like my invention.
That is.
Now,
That's a
if
shadow
that-
step. Yes.
That is a shadow step, and I think that's a better plan than the Zola. It allows Naiman to complete the quest with quite a lot of mana still left over. No, never mind. He's going to stick to plan A.
I hope you like my invention.
Well, BunnyHoppor has kept back Wild Pyro and Equality for a long time, or Equality Consecration. So he's going to be able to deal with his first wave of stuff, but when the rogue completes quests with cards in hand, bad things happen to you usually. BunnyHoppor did get a Doom Pact off that Lich King. Coming in handy.
Too soon.
Naiman must be so relieved to have finally got into a decent position with his deck.
It can win! I won't speak too soon.
Yeah, it's looking good though.
Again, there's the 8 mana Equality Consecration available for BunnyHoppor here. That seems real weak against Quest Rogue now.
It does. Must point out that bounce on the Novice was very heads up. He's got the 3/4/4s out there. He knows that Bunny would probably be able to clear the 4, so he's just got some more card draw and also kept a 4/4 back in hand. Doesn't need to overextend.
I wonder.
Because even though it tends to look like an easy win after you complete the quest, that's in the hands of good players. It's very easy to get in a bit of a tangle, lose too many resources and still lose.
Mhm.
For a good player, this should be fairly straightforward. But
Reporting for duty.
BunnyHoppor not looking happy about this. There's only so much the Ashbringer can do. 15, actually, is how much the Ashbringer can do.
Or 0 if your opponents save their Swampoos.
Yes. That can vanish as well. Very, very powerful.
I hope you like my invention.
Oh. Hi, Sonia. Oh my.
Try your
Buddy's just getting closer and closer to putting his head in the keyboard here. His ability to keep thinking in these situations is one of the reasons he's doing so well this year, though.
Yes. It's important.
It really is.
You lose games of Hearthstone. Everybody loses games of Hearthstone. Doesn't matter how good you are.
I do.
Yeah. Even Lorinda loses some games of Hearthstone.
It's been known. What the final game's likely to be now. Pressing lots of funny buttons that don't do anything here. There we go.
Reporting for duty.
Does this help in any way? You to say is no, I think. Naiman could just do with a charge minion to finish this off. Or to be able to set up the finishing off. It's a little way to go yet. But he does have one more clear with Equality Consecration. But I'm not sure how he generates significant threat.
Close the board and then Naiman, using half the mana, puts everything back again.
Sort of the opposite of how the game starts with the vanishes and the...
Yeah. Naiman still with 27 health.
Yeah. And got healing whenever he wants it. He just hasn't needed it, so... Yeah. Get through that lot twice. Like, Pyromancer, Consecration, Equality does clear, but it doesn't achieve anything. It doesn't help you win the game. But Buddy's obviously come up with a plan here. I don't think it's a good one. Well, it'll be a good one. I don't think it's likely to come to fruition.
I mean, what are we talking? We're talking Pyromancer, Secret, Equality. It's still 7 mana to do that.
I get a feeling he's not clearing this lot yet. Maybe I'm wrong, but... He's got health gain in hand.
Summoning some tigers. Okay.
Yeah.
Move quickly.
They're 4/4s without divine shields.
Kind of close. And they're free. I mean, your opponent has to pay 1 mana for theirs. Seems fair.
And there's the secret.
Okay, so he's using
shields.
this to pop the divine shields.
Reporting for duty.
That looked like a good turn looking at the end board state.
It does, but then you sort of wake up and you remember this is a quest rogue whose quest has been completed, who's got Sonya and Lifesteal in hand.
I mean, I'm just looking at Sonya into deck hand, into kill the 4/2, into kill the 4/3.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. He doesn't even need to play the Lifesteal.
Probably kill the pyro with your face just to get it out of the way. Oh, he's not going to do that.
He's just playing this game where he's slowly running BunnyHoppor out of resources.
Yeah.
No need to go for a bursty kill because he just never loses this.
Yeah, and he hasn't overextended at any point. That's where BunnyHoppor's chance has been, is trying to tempt Naiman into going too wide for this Equality Consecration. Pavel might extend it a bit longer.
Yeah, unless Naiman can find a way to freeze BunnyHoppor's face every turn. It's not even like BunnyHoppor can win the fatigue game, because Naiman just needs to draw Valera and then play double Lab Recruiter, and he lives forever.
Yeah. That's a long time. Only miscalculated something here? Seems to have got to the end of the line and it was like, oh, I need to do this thing that I can't do. I don't think he has, but he spotted something else at the last minute. I think he was going to play the Crystal Smith and then just changed his mind. Not quite sure. Get 2 Valeras. Come on, Naiman, you can do it.
Double Minstrel is fine, though. Again, bearing in mind we're playing a deck which has the ability to never run out of cards.
Right.
Like, Naiman just doesn't care about drawing through his deck.
Yeah, it's possible Bunny wants to put that to the test. Like, Naiman's shown a couple of slightly sloppy mechanics with Doom Guards and such like today. Maybe Bunny just wants to make him see him do it.
Valera bottom cards. I mean, it had to be, because there were 2 minions of Valera left, and the Minstrel drew the 2 minions.
Uh-huh.
But it was still pretty low in the deck.
Reporting for duty. The light bends.
Is there a world in which Naiman dies because he has to waste his mana setting up the double Lab Recruiter? I don't think so. It's 4 mana. And he's invincible this turn. You can just go Valera into Lab, Vanish.
So many options.
Seems like it should be okay. Yeah, I mean, I think BunnyHoppor is just playing to make Naiman do it. And I've got nothing against that either. I mean, they're playing for a lot of money in this tournament.
Yep.
It's also incredibly good practice for upcoming championships as well as the money on the line. Like we've kept on about, like, a lot of the players have been a little bit out of practice. I don't think BunnyHoppor's necessarily in that group, but
Right. You play
you don't get that
until
much practice against this opposition.
you play until you've lost. You play until there's no way you can win the game. And very soon, BunnyHoppor will find that there's no way he can win the game. But for now, he has a reason to play just a little bit longer.
Yeah.
He only runs 1 Sour Knight, I believe, and he has played it already. So Pavel Neirea is not going to go too crazy.
Well, the other thing, just because Naiman can't run out of cards doesn't mean he can't get swamped on board, I guess.
Yes, that's true.
I think he will be able to do fine, but it's not a certainty.
I want you, and you, and you.
So Bunny is actually, that's what it is. It's Bunny is going to try and fight on board and just say, okay, you can only get one of these guys per turn. I've got stuff like Valanier in my deck. Maybe I can somehow not fatigue you, but just swamp you eventually with timing.
So Valanier is very strong. I mean, Spirit Steed also has the potential to be very strong here, especially if this survives, although it's not going to. He gets buffed. Oh, the Imani Berserker. I think that's the best target as well.
Seems good.
The problem is, if he Spite Witch Steeds this, all of his eggs are in the basket, and Vanish just deals with everything. Even as it stands now, Naiman may want to Vanish just to get rid of that Valanier.
Yeah. Bunny's things are bigger than 4 health. It's a big deal.
Yeah.
And he can make other things bigger than 4. I can see where this is going now, but he hasn't got many cards himself.
It's a real long shot, but it's winnable. I believe he's also got Avenging Wrath somewhere in the deck.
He does. There's a world where he loses on fatigue.
There once was a
Yeah.
man from Gilneas.
That's why Naiman has clutched onto this Vanish for so long.
But isn't this strong? You know what I was saying about Elven Minstrel? Like, Naiman wanting to play that as many
Yeah,
times as
Bunny's seen
possible?
enough. Now the Minstrels are getting 2 cards a turn.
Yeah.
It goes to 2 games apiece, and it's going to be BunnyHoppor's Paladin again versus the Clone Priest.
Okay.
Which isn't a matchup I know a great deal about.
Fairly wide. I guess Mass Hysteria helps the priest a little,
Yeah.
but
I mean, the rule of thumb that we're going to use a lot for this deck, and it's only a rule of thumb, but if you can kill them in under 9 turns, you probably win the game. On average. Obviously, things like Spirit Lash, Psychic Scream, Mass Hysteria interfere with you, but if you're playing big things all the way, you're probably hurting the priest more than they're hurting you. First 9 turns.
and 9 turns is quite a lot of turns.
Yeah, you can afford 2 or 3 turns where you don't do anything. When you need to do that, because there will be 2 or 3 turns where the priest deals with you. Bunny's just not got a good hand here.
Turned our curse into our strength.
It can develop very quickly into a good hand, but it's currently not one.
Reporting for duty.
I think the definition of good hand is: do you have Corpse Taker? It's pretty much all you worry about as the Paladin.
Especially if you've got the Blessing of Kings.
Yeah.
Not so much if you've got Wind Fury Harpy. Suddenly Corpse Taker becomes much weaker. In
Yeah.
hand, that is,
Yeah.
obviously.
I wonder.
Do you like to play with fire?
But again, with that Vivid Nightmare, it's just to remind ourselves, this is a somewhat different version of the Priest. It only runs 4 minions: Radiant Elemental, Ziliax, Velen, and Malagos. Actually, does it run Lyra as well? Maybe 5.
It did run a Lyra, yeah, I'm pretty
My
sure.
mistake.
Pretty sure, I haven't double checked it.
Oh no, it doesn't even. That was
doesn't
must
even
be one of the
Lyra.
other ones.
My bad.
Literally runs those 4 minions.
Okay.
So,
Fetches them
and-
back more often.
yeah, no Gilded Gargoyle, no Lyra, no Lich King, no Statue, no Grizzly. And the advantage to that is that 100% of the time, if they've all died, your fully upgraded Spellstone will summon the 4 minions that kill your opponent.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
the
it's
3
just a big
ends in
deal. Yeah, sure. It's a big deal, though. I think this deck, despite its popularity, still isn't 100% tuned. It always feels very strong. It always feels like there's something slightly wrong at the same time.
Well, this version definitely seems like it'd be weaker against aggro,
Yeah.
because Ziliax is the only real defensive tool. Other than the board clears, obviously.
And that makes sense looking at the rest of his lineup with the Quest Rogue. He obviously
Yep.
has targets in mind for this lineup to just sort of scoot through, even with a Q block as well. So it makes sense that, okay, my opponent's playing 4 aggro decks. Hey, Pavel, I'm probably going to lose, which is what happened, despite the fact he got close.
He did get close.
But also, he's going to be able to sweep some decks because of the way the lineup works. So someone brings something too slow, like Odd Warrior, that might be in a world of trouble against this lineup. Oh, Bunny. How to proceed? I mean, True Silvering Face must be tempting here because it doesn't put any more stuff on the board to be messed around with.
Yep.
You'd make a dude as well because that plays a little bit. Well, it doesn't play around Mass Hysteria, but that gives you a buff target for next turn should you draw a buff. Guarantees one thing survives a Mass Hysteria.
I think True Silver is just low-key one of the best Paladin cards as well. Like, because 4 mana, deal 8 damage over 2 turns. That's significant.
Yeah, it really is. Just pointing out here the dilemma for BunnyHoppor. If it's Spirit Lash and he makes another dude, he's giving his opponent a mana. But if it's mass hysteria, then he's losing a dude. Another health, not another mana. So he needs to weigh up the exact numbers. Of course, his opponent is nearly dead. He needs to work out the exact pros and cons of each, to which one's going to get exact lethal if it did. Which isn't easy, because that involves factoring in so many things. In the end, decides he'd rather not give his opponent the extra one. If he wants to mass hysteria this, good luck to him.
Yeah, this would be a pretty sorry mass hysteria.
Exactly, I think that's the conclusion he came to, so yeah, he's smug with himself there. He came to the conclusion if he mass hysterias, I don't mind, but if he spirit lashes, I have just given away a health. Or Corpse Taker.
Corpse Taker, and that is with Wind Fury, with Divine Shield, with Taunt. Next turn, Naiman can play Shadow Essence, which is only really good if he gets Ziliax.
Yes.
So 1 in 5.
But he can
double
also
radiant.
play Spellbreaker Wild Pyro here and set up an almost guaranteed Pavel over the next couple of turns. I think that's probably a consideration, but yeah, he's just going for the best things he can. Corpse Taker would survive Mass Hysteria.
Yeah, I guess that's the problem with Spellbreaker plus Pyromancer, is that they just die to Mass Hysteria.
Yeah.
Coin plus Psychic Scream is an option.
Oh, can you shield up the Pyromancer now and then Mass Hysteria?
Yeah, that's really smart. That does clear the board, yeah.
I'm not sure how great it is to clear this board that way, but I think it looks quite tasty.
It's better than Coin Psychic Scream, isn't it? So, I like it.
Making opponents think big enough to survive its own friendly attack so it can attack back is what's happening here.
Great description.
Change? Okay.
Oh, wouldn't that have been good if that Corpse Taker survived?
Wouldn't it just? By good, you mean lethal, so yeah.
Very good.
Really good. Pavel Neirea is super tempting here, but it doesn't achieve much. But you do get to make a dude alongside it, which can eat a Blessing of King or support a Blessing of King's next turn.
It's a two-pronged attack, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. And it does set up exact lethal. Not exact lethal, it sets up over lethal. Exact lethal through the healing.
All right, Ziliax or bust. That's Malgus. And no way to play a Spirit Lash this turn.
No.
Job's done.
He doesn't know he's dead, of course. We do.
Yep. Fact remains, he is dead, but Blessing of Kings will do the job. So BunnyHoppor wins his second series of the day. Naiman loses his second series of the day.
Yeah, that puts Bunny on 2-0, Naiman at 0-2, and Pavel in the middle on 1-1. It is an 8-man group, but for the purposes of showing it in a fairly coherent fashion, it's all been broken down into mini groups of 3 just for the scheduling. But Naiman will have 5 more matches to play, so he's definitely not out of it yet, just in a bit of a bad spot after day